with respect to Decision 1896 on Malagasy palisanders and rosewoods and ebonies. We have taken into account of the recommendations made by SC 74, though we were unable to attend the meeting in Lyon. For SC 75, you have our report, but I would like to take this opportunity to summarize the background to this so that you can understand what Madagascar has been doing since 2019. First of all, with respect to 1896, with respect to the scientific side of things, with respect to the CITES trees program, we have been able to have support with respect to NDFs, and 3 Dalbergia species are now undergoing NDF studies. On Decision 1896 Para 2, we are increasing our capacity for monitoring. We have new structures as well as strategies, which I would like to list. We're involved in law enforcement officers with respect to timber identification and distribution. We also have a zero tolerance with respect to the illegal harvesting of our natural resources. We are working closely with the Ministry of Justice for the full enforcement of the law. Those who are responsible for illegal trade in these woods are subject to imprisonment. With respect to the judicial system, we have provided training for the magistrates and for the judicial system of Madagascar. We also have forestry measures in protected areas by having mixed patrols, including communities and law enforcement officers, and we are also ensuring better border patrolling. We have an anti-corruption unit within the government in the Ministry for the Environment and Sustainable Development, for instance. New initiatives are underway. For instance, the roundtable on the multi-agency approach to the in the fight against money laundering, and that is involving those responsible for the fight against wildlife crime. And we also have the SCC and the indicators. On paragraph E, on measures relating to seizures, we have had arrests in 2022, and we do get information with respect to the situation, and we're going to be reporting in detail with respect to what happened between 2017 and 2022. And the next meeting of the Standing Committee will be hearing about this. With respect to the trials in the special court dealing with illegal trade in precious timbers, we have had 43 sentences, and 19 were sentenced to 92 years of forced labor, and the fines were imposed, including adding up to 25,000 euros. With respect to our stocks, we've decided to work on a stage-by-stage basis, and we are currently working on the national use of seized stocks. We have 3 national consultants to help us implement our work with the ITTO with 2 pilot regions. We're working on developing a marking system in order to ensure that we have better stock traceability and we're piloting this before any national implementation. And we're also ensuring that there is strict control of access to these stocks. And we are looking at developing a national program for this. With respect to the national use of these stocks, this is all part of our trying to develop a sustainable value chain for wood, and we're hoping to have finished products produced in Madagascar through the work with the qualified woodworkers and carpenters, so that the woodworking sector, which has been badly affected in recent years, can contribute. And with respect to the export of all crafts resulting from the use of this wood, we are all working to ensure that there is a very strict oversight of the whole process. I would like to thank you, Madam, and the committee for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Madagascar, for your report. Before I turn for comments from the Standing Committee, I suggest that we first also hear the report of the Secretariat as found in document 7.3.2. So I will ask the Secretariat, please, to introduce your report.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam. At SC 74, the Standing Committee made a number of recommendations with respect to these Madagascar woods, and this document gives you a sense of what progress has been made with respect to the implementation of the recommendations made to the Secretariat. After SC 74, the Secretariat published a notification on the question of the maintenance of the recommendation to parties not to accept exports or re-exports for commercial purposes of Diospyros or Dalbergia species until Madagascar could provide NDFs and LAFs, so with respect to these species. In the notification, parties of origin, transit and destination are invited to apply all of the measures recommended by the Standing Committee with respect to trade, particularly the suspension of trade. Parties are also invited to effectively and efficiently manage stocks of Dalbergia and Diospyros species. In June 2022, the Secretariat heard about a sale by tender of Dalbergia stock dating back to 2014 that was held in Sri Lanka in April of 2022. The Secretariat wrote to the Management Authority of Sri Lanka in order to find out about the species of Dalbergia that was auctioned and to find out about the stock concerned. However, Sri Lanka has not replied. At SC 74, the Standing Committee asked the Secretariat, in the light of resources available, to consider the administrative and legislative provisions available in Sri Lanka for the application of CITES in keeping with Article 13, the necessary technical assistance with respect to the implementation of the convention, and this was to be undertaken in 2023. In September of last year, Madagascar provided the Secretariat with a report on progress made with respect to the implementation of Decision 1896, and the Secretariat has noted that significant headway has been made with respect to the scientific part of this decision. With respect to governance, the Secretariat would note that management and use of official monitored stocks is still underway and would recall that Madagascar is to report to the Standing Committee once the whole process has been concluded. The Standing Committee is invited to take note of the Madagascar report as well as the Secretariat's. Thank you, Madam.
And thank you, Madagascar, for presenting your reports. So the Standing Committee has been invited to note the report of Madagascar and also note the report of the Secretariat. So I'll open the floor for any comments from members of the Standing Committee. Ireland, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And Ireland speaks on behalf of the EU and its member states. We congratulate Madagascar on the excellent work and progress it has made in fulfilling Decision 18.96 A2E, and as the Secretariat said, most especially in advancing the scientific aspects of the work A to D, which is also noted in COP document 1929.3. We're very happy that Madagascar remains committed and that a roadmap has been prepared, and we understand that there's some overlap with the current and newly proposed deletions of COP, and we look forward to discussing these further at COP. We highlight that the EU still has concerns regarding the officially controlled stockpiles, but we look forward to the progress on this matter from the 3 consultants which Madagascar reported has been recently recruited, and we also look forward to the review by the Secretariat planned in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Ireland. I'll continue to take interventions from members of the Standing Committee, and I'll also invite observer parties who wish to intervene. North America, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The North American region notes both Madagascar's report and that of the Secretariat. We also note the Secretariat's suggestion that an overlap has developed between recent decisions adopted by the COP and the recommendations of the Standing Committee regarding Madagascar. The North American region agrees with the suggestion that for greater efficiency, COP and Standing Committee directions and recommendations with regard to Madagascar should be aligned. However, with reference to the actions directed to Madagascar, that the actions directed to Madagascar be grouped in the recommendations of the Standing Committee and that the decisions adopted by the Conference of the Parties not be renewed, the North American region emphasizes that only the COP is the appropriate body to decide this issue and notes that the Secretariat has, in COP19 document 29.3, prepared draft decisions aimed specifically at avoiding future challenges in aligning COP and Standing Committee recommendations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, North America. So again, I'll see if there's any further interventions from members of the Standing Committee. I've also invited observer parties who wish to intervene. And I'll open the floor for any observers who might wish to make a brief intervention. Okay, seeing no further requests for the floor, it is my conclusion that the Standing Committee takes note of the report provided by Madagascar and also notes the report provided by the Secretariat. So thank you. That concludes our discussion on documents 7.3. So I will turn our attention now to document 7.4 on National Ivory Action Plans process and request the Secretariat to please introduce this document. Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The present document has been prepared by the Secretariat pursuant to the guidelines to the NIAP process contained in Annex 3 to Resolution 1010 Ref COP 18. The document and its annexes contain the reporting of the Secretariat pertaining to the selection of new parties to participate in the NIAP process, and to update the Standing Committee and draw attention to developments since SE 74. The document also includes, as relevant, reporting on some of the parties currently subject to the NIAP process. In accordance with Step 1, Paragraph A of the guidelines, the foundation for identifying parties to participate in the NIAP process is the ETIS report submitted to each meeting of the Conference of the Parties. The ETIS report prepared for COP19 is available as Annex 1 to document COP19 Doc 66.6. And this report identifies China as a Category B party and South Sudan as a country in Category C, both to be considered for inclusion in the NIAP process. The reporting of the Secretariat on China and South Sudan is contained in Annex 1 to the present document. In preparing its recommendations, the Secretariat engaged with China and South Sudan and with experts as required. The recommendations prepared by the Secretariat on these two parties are presented in paragraph 10A and B of the present document. At SE 74, the committee noted that a number of parties did not submit their reports on progress with NIAP implementation to SE 74 in accordance with the timeframe set in the guidelines. As a result, the report submitted by these parties could not be evaluated by the Secretariat, and the committee therefore agreed a number of recommendations concerning these parties. The reporting of the Secretariat on these parties is contained in Annex 2 to the present document, and the recommendations of the Secretariat concerning these parties are presented in paragraph 10 of the present document as recommendations C through H. In the context of these parties, the Secretariat would also like to apologize for a glitch on the SC75 website, where under item 7.4, the title of Annex 7 says Congo, but should actually say Democratic Republic of the Congo. We also note that Annexes 1 to 3 of the present document have been annexed to the English version of the document only. In the meantime, we have corrected these errors. Finally, the present document further highlights that Ethiopia reports to the present meeting that it has, in accordance with step 5, paragraph A of the guidelines, assessed 80% of its NEAP actions as substantially achieved and all remaining NEAP actions as on track. Ethiopia is therefore eligible to exit the NEAP process. The Secretariat evaluated the report received from Ethiopia in accordance with the guidelines, and its findings and observations are presented in Annex 3 to the present document. The recommendation of the Secretariat concerning Ethiopia is presented in paragraph 10 of the present document as recommendation I. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat, for your report on the National Ivory Action Plan process. And I draw the Standing Committee's attention to the recommendations of the Secretariat found in paragraph 10 of the document. So I will open the floor to members of the Standing Committee who wish to comment on the recommendations. Belgium, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. We support the recommendations by the Secretariat for Mozambique, Nigeria, Togo, Angola, Cameroon, DRC, Nigeria and Ethiopia, and especially want to thank South Sudan, a non-party, for its engagement with the Secretariat and traffic. We want to remind and urge all parties to report appropriately to the relevant Standing Committee meetings in accordance with the agreed NIAP guidelines. For China, we support the Secretariat's assessment to not include China in the NIAP process and support all recommendations. With regards to South Sudan, we support the Secretariat's recommendations to not include South Sudan in the NIAP process. We acknowledge the progress made by Angola and we support the recommendations, but we note that Angola rated actions C1, C3 and C5 as achieved, while noting as well the lack of sufficient details on these actions. We encourage Angola to provide further details on the implementation of these actions in an oral update at SC75. And in addition, we would like to draw the attention to the need for NIAP parties to strengthen international cooperation to disrupt transnational criminal networks, including, for example, between Angola and Vietnam in the light of high volumes of illegal ivory trade between these two parties. For Cameroon, we acknowledge the progress made and support all recommendations. Regarding the DRC, we note with concern that the DRC has moved from being a Category C party to being identified as a Category HA party, and we urge DRC to take further action and step up efforts in fighting illegal ivory trade to reverse this development, and we support all recommendations. With regards to Nigeria, considering the concerns regarding the escalation of illegal trade in ivory affecting Nigeria, we encourage them to resume reporting to CITES and to urgently progress its NIAP implementation, including through considering the actions in its NIAP when advancing the implementation of its national strategy on wildlife and forest crime in Nigeria 2022-2026. And in addition, we would like to draw the attention to the need for NIAP parties to strengthen international cooperation to disrupt transnational criminal networks, including, for example, between Nigeria and Vietnam, in the light of high volumes of illegal ivory trade between these parties. With regards to Ethiopia, we commend Ethiopia for achieving its NIAP. We would be interested to know
in relation to activity 1.1 on the draft amendment to the Wildlife Act, whether the Parliament has passed this amendment into law after it has been resubmitted to the Parliament in 2019. This point was also raised by the CITES Secretariat in paragraph 5 of its assessment, but we agree that Ethiopia exits the NIA process. For Mozambique, we acknowledge the progress made and support the recommendations, but we are concerned about the information regarding Vietnamese crime syndicates operating from Mozambique and encourage Mozambique to further strengthen its engagement with Vietnam to address this with the necessary urgency, especially by increasing implementation of the Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty signed in 2018. And we again draw the attention to the need for Mozambique to strengthen international cooperation to disrupt transnational criminal networks. Regarding Togo, we acknowledge the progress made, but want to express our concern that 7 out of 21 actions in the NIAP are not yet commenced, and therefore encourage Togo to complete the implementation of its NIAP with a greater sense of urgency. I apologize for the long intervention, but given the importance of the NIAP process, we want to be clear in the recommendations for each party involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. And from what I heard of your intervention, you support the recommendations for the countries found in paragraph 10, and you are also underscoring some particular concerns, inviting some parties to provide some information and clarifications on a few issues, and underscoring again the importance of cooperation on illegal wildlife trade. So thank you, Belgium. I'll continue to take interventions from members of the Standing Committee. I see Israel, please.
Thank you, Chair. Specifically, we would like to state, as our colleagues from Belgium, that the NIAP process is very important and has shown a great deal of success in being able to pinpoint weak points and to increase enforcement. We are in favor of all of the Secretariat's recommendations, except for one, which we question in paragraph 10. Specifically, we question the issue of not including China in the NIAP process. And the reason that we ask about this is based on Annex 1, which is the report on China, which gives a great deal of emphasis that China has made a lot of effort and a lot of progress in its enforcement and in seizures. And on those issues, we would like to certainly commend China for their success and for their commitment. However, the report concludes in paragraph 6 of the Annex 1 that China still remains a primary destination for illegal ivory. And we don't mean to imply that China's government has any specific involvement, but at the same time, as a country that's involved in even in an indirect way in the illegal shipments of ivory, we see that this highlights that China is still involved. If we look back to the ETIS process as it's described in the Resolution 1010 Annex, if we look at step 5 on when a completion of a NIAP and exit from a NIAP process is considered, step 5, paragraph C says specifically that the Secretariat should take into consideration Part 2, if the ETIS analysis continues to identify the party as requiring attention. And in this particular case, the ETIS report, which was submitted to COP19, does certainly highlight very much the extent to which China is a destination country for illegal ivory. And for these reasons, we question and would recommend that the Secretariat does not remove China from the NIAP process at this time. All the other recommendations of the Secretariat we support. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. So I understand Israel supports the recommendations in paragraph 10 with the exception of recommendation A1 to not include China in the NIAP process. I will continue to take interventions from members of the Standing Committee seeking your guidance on the recommendations in Doc 7.4. And I'll also invite observer parties who might wish to comment. Okay, I see no requests for the floor, so I will continue to take interventions from parties, and I'll also see if there are any observers who wish to make an intervention. Okay, I see an intervention from, I believe it's the EIA. So EIA, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This intervention is made on behalf of the Environmental Investigation Agency, Born Free, the Centre for Biological Diversity, David Shepherd Wildlife Foundation, Eurogroup for Animals, Fondation France Weber, Fondation Brigitte Bardot, Pan-African Sanctuary Alliance, Pro Wildlife, Robin des Bois, the Species Survival Network, WCS, and WWF. As this is the first time taking the floor, I would like to extend our thanks to Panama as the host country for their very warm welcome. We commend the progress made by parties in the NIAP process and support the intervention made by the EU. However, we would like to raise some additional points. Firstly, we are concerned at the continued lack of progress by certain parties in the NIAP process to prioritize international cooperation to investigate and tackle transnational criminal groups involved in poaching and trafficking, including the slow implementation of existing mutual legal assistance treaties and/or delays in developing MOUs. We encourage parties to expedite progress under Pillar 3 as required by the NIAP guidelines to ensure that criminal networks involved in ivory trafficking are disrupted across source, transit, and destination countries through international cooperation. Secondly, we would encourage NIAP parties to increase their reporting of progress against measurable indicators such as the IQIC indicator framework to demonstrate the impacts of their NIAP activities in accordance with Step 4 of the NIAP guidelines contained in ResConf 1010, RevCop 18. We would particularly encourage parties to go beyond reporting seizures, as these alone are not an indicator of law enforcement success or long-term resilience to transnational wildlife crime. We would instead encourage NIAP parties to prioritize reporting against prosecution and conviction outcomes and remind the committee that seizures without prosecution and conviction do little to deter or prevent poaching or trafficking. Finally, we would draw attention to the need to consider today's discussion in the context of COP19 Doc 66.7, which calls for a review of the NIAP process in light of ongoing procedural and compliance issues linked to the process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, EIA. I saw a request from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, so you have the floor, please.
Merci, Madame la
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving us the floor. As I'm speaking for the first time, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Panamanian authorities for their hospitality and for organizing this important event. I'd also like to thank the Secretariat for all the logistical assistance. I would like to speak on the item on NIAPs. My country is involved. First of all, I'd like to start where the Secretariat recognized the work of the DRC, and we were one of the countries that had submitted our report on NIAP. In paragraph 10, I see the recommendations on the Democratic Republic of Congo. But based on what is mentioned in paragraph 6, I have the French version in front of me, and there it considers that the Democratic Republic of Congo as a party that did not submit their report. but the Secretariat has recognized that they received the report of the DRC on the 9th of May following the recommendation of the 74th session of the Standing Committee. So I think paragraph 10 should be updated when it comes to the DRC. I wonder if we have the same version, maybe the English version. As you have said, there's an annex, but this is something that we have not seen in the French version, and that means that for preparation we were not able to do so. But I think it would be logical if we recognize that the DRC submitted its report, and within paragraph 6, they are listed as not having submitted their report. So why does the recommendation under point 10 not updated? I would request that this recommendation in paragraph 10 is updated, because we have submitted our report, and in the report there's a great deal of progress that was indicated. And it seems that it's not right to have the DRC put down as a country that has not submitted its report, and yet within the report it says that we've made a great deal of progress made. It seems that it has not been checked. And the information on the loss of government stockpiles of ivory, and because it wasn't maybe verified. So I would also like to use this opportunity to say that as we were absent this morning, we've seen the contradictions on the reports of the NIAPs, which are more harsh for the DRC, even though we see that there's a recognition of the efforts made. There are many cases of seizures of ivory, and I would like to specify that the DRC is not necessarily a source country for ivory. We are currently a transit country, because all transit countries being sanctioned or seen as country that don't make an effort, because the report and the genetic assessments and analysis done in the United States has shown that the majority of ivory that seemed to come from the DRC was not from the DRC in terms of its source. It's ivory that's come from other countries. So I would like us to review paragraph 10, where they mention the Democratic Republic of Congo. Should it be a priority country because it's a country of transit? There's proof that the ivory is not coming from the DRC. Thank you.
Thank you, Democratic Republic of the Congo. And I was going to ask the Secretariat if they could just clarify a couple of your points of procedure that you were asking about. So, Secretariat, do you have a few comments on the process pieces?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your comments. Democratic Republic of the Congo. I just double-checked whether the French version of paragraph 10 of the recommendation in paragraph 10 to the DRC is the same as the English version, and it appears to me that it is the same, that there's no difference. Also regarding your point that the DRC submitted a report to SC74. That is correct. But as you see in paragraph 6, it says that these parties did not submit a report to SC74 in the time frame set in the guidelines. And I believe the DRC may not have submitted its report within the time frame. Also, I would like to highlight that the report that the DRC submitted to the Standing Committee at SC74 did not use the correct template for reporting, and it did not report on 5 of the 28 actions in the NIAP. So for these reasons, the Secretariat was at SC74 not in a position to evaluate the report submitted by the DRC, and that explains why the Standing Committee passed the recommendation at SC74 asking the DRC to resubmit for the present meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for those clarifications, Secretariat. And so I will continue to see if there's reactions to the recommendations in paragraph 10. From what I've heard and not heard so far, it is my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations found in paragraph 10 of the document for the countries named. I heard Israel have a concern with one of the recommendations. I've not heard any other comments regarding that, and so I am taking the silence of the Standing Committee to be that they agree with the document 7.4 and the recommendations found in the document, including the recommendation to not include China in the NIAP process. I did hear that from Belgium, but I'm taking the silence from the rest of the members to also be agreement with the recommendations in the document as they are written. So I will see if there are further reactions. And if not, this is what I will take as my conclusion. Kenya, are you requesting the floor? You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Kenya taking the floor for the first time. We wish to thank the government and the people of Panama for the hospitality so far offered to us. Madam Chair, while we want to align with the concerns raised by DRC and Israel, I think we take it that NIAP process should not be seen as a compliance issue, but an issue that should be able to address international cooperation to deal with this organized crime from the source transit to the to the consumer states. If there are doubts that there's still illegal trafficking of ivory getting into countries, and if a country feels that, like in para 5, item 5 in regard to DRC Congo, if you check the last sentence, and 5 that was recommended that at SC 67, looks like there could be a punishment, a compliance, and that could be something that discourages parties to implement the NIAP process. Madam Chair, I think whereas not coming strongly to indicate whether to have China continue serving in the NIAP process, to us is very encouraging. If there is a problem, there is a problem because there is contradictory in the document. So it is our conviction that parties will sue this as a process to help fight the international crime but not a compliance issue. So it's just to say we want to support and align with the thinking of Israel, and not to stop making progress for the committee, support the recommendation made there. And just note that this is not a compliance issue, but something to promote international cooperation to deal with the international crime when it comes to ivory trade. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you, Kenya, for your intervention. And Kenya, am I correct that you are speaking as the alternate representative for Ethiopia on the standing committee?
That's correct, Chair, because Ethiopia is not arrived yet, and we are alternate member to the standing committee.
Thank you very much, Kenya. So now I have two views from members of the Standing Committee regarding the recommendations under paragraph 10, particularly recommendation A, Roman little I. So I would seek further any interventions from other members of the Standing Committee regarding, in particular, the recommendations to China to where the Secretariat recommends that we not include China in the NEAT process. So I'll seek further advice from members of the Standing Committee in order to understand the will of the committee. So, committee, I really do require your guidance here. Right now I have two members of the committee suggesting we not retain the recommendation little I, not include China in the NEAT process. And I have one member of the committee who speaks on behalf of 27 member states, but is one member of the committee, indicating that they are comfortable with the recommendations as written. So I will need to make a ruling at some point, but I would appreciate doing that with the guidance of the members of the committee. Ireland, please, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I just want to say that we are in line with the views of Belgium. Thank you.
So thank you, Ireland. So again, I'm looking to the advice of the committees to help me here. I would really seek any insights. Okay, I'm not getting any further intervention requests from members of the committee, and I really do have two views in front of me. So I am going to put down a suggestion, and if there's violent objections, perhaps I'll get some reactions from the committee. Based on what I've heard and based on the document 7.4 has been before the committee for a longer period of time, I'm going to suggest that the Standing Committee agree the recommendations found in paragraph 10 of the document as they are presented in document 7.4. So I'm going for the, in essence, the default, that we agree the recommendations found in paragraph 10 of the document 7.4. So this is the views that were expressed by Belgium and Ireland on the committee. If members of the committee who have not yet expressed their views on this have a differing view, I would ask them to please raise their flags and take the floor. And otherwise, that will be my conclusion of the debate regarding these recommendations on the NIAP process. Okay, I don't see additional flags being raised. I appreciate, thank you very much to our colleagues from the Standing Committee who have made their views heard. And based on what I'm hearing and not hearing, as per my previous conclusion, I conclude that the Standing Committee agrees the recommendations found in document 7.4, paragraph 10, for China, South Sudan, Angola, Cameroon, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Mozambique, Nigeria, Togo, and Ethiopia. Thank you. So that concludes our discussion of document 7.4. So thank you, committee. I will then turn your attention to document 7.5, Totoaba. So document 7.5 was prepared by the Secretariat, so I would ask the Secretariat, please, to introduce this document.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Now, at its 74th meeting, the Standing Committee reviewed and assessed information regarding the implementation of the decisions on Totoaba adopted at COP18, including the implementation of the decisions directed to Mexico. The committee agreed a number of recommendations and, amongst others, requested Mexico to include information on the measures implemented and activities conducted in accordance with the recommendations agreed at SC74 in its next regular 6-monthly reports to the Secretariat. The 5th regular 6-monthly report from Mexico was submitted to the Secretariat on 30 April 2022 and is available as Annex 7 to document COP19, document 29.2.1. The 6th regular 6-monthly report from Mexico was received on 1 November and is available as an information document for the present meeting as SC75 Information Document 1. The committee at SC74 requested the Secretariat to conduct a second mission to Mexico and to continue to monitor Mexico's implementation of Decision 18293, as well as to bring any matters of concern that may arise to the attention of the Standing Committee. As highlighted in the present document, the situation in the Upper Gulf of California is complex and multifactorial, and Mexico are deploying substantial resources to address illegal fishing and trafficking. Nevertheless, several matters of concern were identified during the second mission conducted by the Secretariat from 30 May to 6 June 2022. The purpose of the present document is to bring these matters of concern and other matters addressed during the mission to the attention of the committee. The matters of concern as described in the present document relates to inconsistencies in the implementation of different aspects of the agreement established by Mexico to regulate fishing activities, a lack of clarity among different institutions about the implementation of the agreement, and continued lenient actions by the authorities. Other matters reported upon by the Secretariat relates to alternative livelihoods and aquaculture as possible tools to support and strengthen local population, business and academia involvement in conservation, as well as information on a visit conducted to the Earth Ocean Farms facilities during the mission. The Secretariat is conscious of the urgent need for action portrayed by Decision 18293, noting that matters pointed out as being of concern in Document SC 2020-INF14 and Document SC 74, Doc 28.5, remain of concern based on the findings of the mission. Urgently addressing these remain essential. The decisions to be agreed at COP19 will provide the roadmap for Mexico to follow during the next intersessional period. Effective implementation of these with a sense of urgency will be important, and therefore the Secretariat recommends that the committee, amongst others, request Mexico to, in consultation with the Secretariat, prepare a compliance action plan. The recommendations proposed by the Secretariat are intended to be complementary to the decisions to be adopted at COP19 and are presented in paragraph 52 of the present document. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat, for your report in Doc 7.5. And as with some of the previous compliance-related discussions, I would, with the indulgence of the committee, invite Mexico to add any comments they wish to add to the report prior to turning to the committee for their views and recommendations. So, Mexico, please, you have the floor.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, I would like to congratulate the committee for the organization of this meeting, and in particular on behalf of my delegation, we would like to say how happy we are to be enjoying the beauty of this country. First of all, I'd like to say that document 7.5 prepared by the Secretariat, which was based on the results of the second mission to Mexico, puts forward various recommendations to this standing committee. The subjects that are presented are the drawing up of an action plan which is not presented in time and due form, or would lead to the application of the suspension of trade with Mexico. This would be to the detriment of the activities of thousands of local and indigenous communities which comply with the convention in Mexico. Mexico rejects the drawing up of an action plan as proposed in paragraph 52, a Roman 3I in document 7.5, which is now being reviewed, because it has a robust regulatory framework with various rules which were expressly set out to protect Totoaba and the Vaquita. The suspension is inappropriate because, in accordance with Resolution 14.3 Rev COP 18, this can only be done when there is a persistent issue of non-compliance and the party involved shows no intention of complying, which is not the case for Mexico. The report recognizes that the situation in the Upper Gulf of California is complex and multifaceted, and that means that the activities by the authorities to prevent and detect illegal fishing and trade are also complex. So that I can share with you some of the activities that are carried out in the Upper Gulf of California, I would like, if I may, to give the floor to Admiral Jose Carlos Tinoco, Commander of the Naval Sector in San Felipe and member of the Mexican Maritime Authority.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. With your permission, first of all, to set the context, in Mexico, the Navy Secretariat carries out the same functions as the Coast Guard carries out, the Navy and the Marines in the United States. And in addition to environmental issues, other secretariats work with us on this subject. Having said that, I had the great honor of accompanying the committee that visited the Upper Gulf of California. I received them personally, and we showed them all of the operations, all of our staff, and all of the teams and technology that in Mexico we use in carrying out our activities. Having said that, not only do I think that we showed a great deal, we were congratulated, but what I'm seeing here is possibly some confusion in the infusion. Why? Because on the last day, the mission observed that some fishers were entering the sea through a place they should not use. But I can show with videos and I can show with documents that those fishers are not fishing with prohibited nets, and they are not fishing banned species, and they do not go to an area, that zero tolerance area. In that area, there's an NGO, Sea Shepherd, which works very closely with us and who have congratulated us on an international level for the actions that we are carrying out. We are convinced that coercive actions do not change people's actions and behavior. That's been our policy, and the fishers have reacted in a very favorable way. And independently of that, since COP18, when 11 sentences were given against 15 people, including the leader of the Cartel del Mar, they are currently imprisoned. And that's why we reject a great deal. We have a lot of people deployed in the area. We will continue to collaborate and cooperate for the environment. And we have just developed a radar system that the members of the mission were able to observe. It is monitoring the whole area for 24 hours a day. And a vessel that is in the zero tolerance area will be detected. Another very important project that we carried out, which just ended on the 7th of October, is that at the bottom of the sea, we put 193 concrete blocks, which were separated by 1.1 kilometers between them, with special barriers to be set out in the marine environment. And the aim is to dissuade the use of nets. And this has had a great impact. Thank you for having listened to me.
Muchas gracias, Contraalmirante.
Thank you, sir. I would just like to add a few points to what was just said in order to conclude. I would further like to say that the environmental authorities are working with other bodies, and we are involved in a pilot project with San Felipe and Santa Clara fishers, and we are using drift nets, trying to avoid the use of drift nets that can catch species such as vaquitas. And we also involved in a capacity building program for women in the area. They are, and we are hoping to get them involved in work that will ensure that people will move away from using banned nets and to use those that are authorized in order to stop this illegal fishing, not just for Mexico, but for the world. We also must recognize the role played by organized crime. One thing must remain clear, however. These are international groups, and that means that this is not just Mexico's problem. So Totoaba is perhaps fished in Mexico, but it is shipped to Asian countries and transits through other regions. Everybody has a role to play, and other parties have made commitments with respect to providing information and to ensure that the demand can be brought to an end, as well as supply. And unfortunately, others have not been playing their part. Now, with respect to the recommendations made in the document, Mexico would agree only with A little Roman I and little Roman II. And we would respectfully request the following of the SC. We would like to have the other recommendations to be deleted, and that the second revision be taken into account, as well as the protocol that we have with respect to the destruction of swim bladders. Mexico undertakes to continue working in order to ensure that it meets its CITES obligations, as it has done until today. With respect to the information on the protocol for the destruction of swim bladders, we have another statement prepared, and we will make that when you deem that suitable, Madam. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico, for your intervention. And if I understood Mexico's intervention correctly, for the committee's consideration, Mexico agrees with the recommendations 52A, Roman little I, and Roman double little I, but does not agree with the remaining recommendations in the document. So that's for the consideration of the committee. Instead, Mexico invites us to note the report, including noting the protocol on the destruction of swim bladders. However, that is the final recommendation in the document. And so perhaps, again, with the indulgence of the committee, we would invite Mexico to provide the information on the destruction of the swim bladders so that all the information is present with the committee for them to consider the document and Mexico's comments. So please, Mexico, back to you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Madam. I would like to speak to progress made with respect to the destruction of swim bladders from the captive breeding of Totoaba by Earth Ocean Farms. This company presented to the Office of Wildlife of the Environmental and Natural Resources Ministry, which is the administrative authority for CITES for Mexico. They submitted, as I was saying, an application to amend their management plan, and they provided an annex which was a protocol for the destruction of Totoaba swim bladders, which they had developed. This protocol lays out 6 stages, and what is centrally important to this report is the 5th one, the destruction of and of the swim bladders in order to make fish meal. And what is outlined here is dehydration, which leads to disintegration and pulverization of the organic matter. And this means that EOF will be able to mix the subproduct with organic fish residues in order to produce fish meal. This actually means that the essential nature of the subproduct disappear, then become unidentifiable and cannot be recovered from the fish meal, which involves the destroyed fish bladders. And this, to sum up, means that destruction means that swim bladders are mixed with the innards, carcasses, and organic waste from the gutted fish. And through dehydration and subjection to high temperatures lead to the disintegration of the product. The Wildlife Directorate General decided on this matter on the 14th of October and decided to adopt the plan, the proposed amendment to the management plan.
Mexico, thank you for that oral update on the destruction of Totoaba swim bladders. So the Standing Committee has before it recommendations from the Secretariat regarding requests to Mexico, including the creation of a CITES compliance action plan. We have heard from Mexico, who supports the first two recommendations, but does not agree with recommendations under paragraph A from Little Roman 3 onward, as well as recommendation B and C. So I am now looking for guidance from the Standing Committee in terms of our path forward with regard to this item. So I will start by taking interventions from the Standing Committee, and then I will move to observer parties. So Standing Committee, you have the floor. Any interventions? I will also, okay, Belgium, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We like to thank the Secretariat for the report, and we also want to thank Mexico for the oral presentation of their progress that they have made. We know the engagement of Mexico, but we regret that illegal fishing is still occurring with impunity. We want to stress that enforcement must be urgently stepped up, and we encourage Mexico to still prepare an ambitious compliance action plan. We therefore support the recommendations of the Secretariat. Regarding the destruction of the swim bladders, we like to thank Mexico on the update of the progress made, and we are happy that the amendment of the protocol has happened, and we look forward to the destruction as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. I'll continue to take interventions from members of the Standing Committee, and I will also invite observer parties who wish to intervene. So I have Israel, please.
Thank you, Chair. Very briefly, we would like to align ourselves with the comments by Belgium that we support the recommendations by the Standing Committee, especially in going for an immediate creation of a proper compliance action plan and implementation. We would like to thank Mexico for all their efforts and for discussions that we had earlier with the Admiral on the issues of the work that's been going on there in this complex area. But as we see in the report, there still is quite a lot of activity, illegal activity still going on in this complex area, and any efforts and all efforts that can contribute should be made, even if sometimes they may seem to Mexico that they're not necessarily needed. On the issue of the destruction of Totoaba swim bladders, we thank Mexico for making their oral report as they were requested to. But we have a question. This form of use of the swim bladders, as far as we know, is wanted in international trade, not in its whole form, but for use in traditional medicines as some sort of powder or extract. And we wonder if after this procedure where it's been pulverized and mixed with fish meal, if that would still make it a commodity that would still be used for this purpose by practitioners of these practices in the Far East. We don't know enough ourselves about how the swim bladder is used in the traditional medicine, and we wonder if Mexico has investigated this issue and if this fish meal is actually a way to take it out of use, or if it actually just dilutes it a little with other fish product. So from our point of view, it doesn't really sound like destruction, it just sounds like pulverizing, which is one step along the way towards making it available for use. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. And I'll also, I'm sure Mexico's taken note of your questions, and so I will see if they have any responses on that. And of course, we also have opportunities to further discuss in the COP item on this matter. But thank you for your clear intervention regarding the recommendations in paragraph 52. So I will continue to take interventions from members of the Standing Committee, and I also invite parties who wish to intervene. So I will hear from Peru, followed by Canada. Peru, please.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Madam. First of all, Peru would like to congratulate Mexico on what has been accomplished since the last SC, particularly with respect to the protection of vaquitas in order to avoid illegal fishing, as well as the awareness raising and attempts to regulate fishing. We also welcome the fact that there is now destruction underway of these swim bladders that have been acquired. We do feel, however, that the Secretariat recommendations are relevant, and we really do feel that the zero tolerance policy should be extended, and we do feel that there is a need for a plan of action in order to enable Mexico to meet its commitments. We recognize the complexities involved and the limited resources available. As representatives of the South American region, we had consultations with the parties concerned, and we will be transmitting Argentina's recommendations to the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you, Peru. I hear from Canada, followed by Oceania. So Canada, please.
Thank you, Chair. Canada agrees with the evaluation of the Secretariat on the urgent and deeply concerning situation regarding the illegal totoaba fishery. We commend the actions Mexico has taken to date, but also recognize that more must be done, particularly to protect the critically endangered vaquita porpoise. For this reason, Canada will support the updated decisions on this species that will be considered by the Conference of the Parties. Canada also agrees with the need for immediate action and recognizes an approach, such as an action plan, may help address the ongoing concerns. We recognize that an action plan should be designed to ensure the country in question is fully in compliance with their obligations under the Convention. We are conscious that the fundamental concern to be addressed in the action plan is illegal fishing within Mexico, which is arguably beyond the scope of the Convention. Nonetheless, noting the urgency attached to the elimination of the illegal fishery and the critical impact it has had on the vaquita porpoise, Canada can support the recommendation to develop a compliance action plan by February 28, 2023. However, Canada does not support recommendation b, Roman I in paragraph 52. The recommendation to assess the adequacy of Mexico's compliance plan and to suspend all trade if found inadequate by the Secretariat is not clear and seems disproportionate. Canada would suggest the plan is evaluated by the Secretariat, who should provide their advice to Mexico to ensure the plan's effective and immediate implementation. Decisions on suspension of trade should, however, be taken by the Standing Committee after they have had the opportunity to review and assess the issues. Canada thus supports the recommendations contained in the document, except for recommendation little b, little Roman I in paragraph 52. Canada would like to propose deleting or amending recommendation b, little I, as follows, and I will read it as slowly as I can. Little I, assess the adequacy of Mexico's compliance action plan submitted in accordance with recommendations little a, little Roman 4. And at this point, we would strike out what's left in that little paragraph and replace it with, and provide advice and guidance on any necessary improvements, comma, as appropriate, comma, to ensure its immediate and effective implementation, period, or semicolon, sorry. We put an and then we continue with the other paragraphs. Do you want me to read that again, or no, we're good? And we'd like to thank Mexico for their oral report on the destruction of the swim bladders. It's a very interesting and creative approach. I'd never considered it that way, but we thank them for their report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Canada. And you've provided some potential edits to subparagraph B, Roman I. And I take note of those, and we will continue to hear interventions, and then we can return. Next on my list is Oceania, please.
Thank you, Chair. Because it is the first time I'm taking the floor, I will thank Panama for its wonderful hosting of this meeting and inviting us to visit such a beautiful country. Thank you. I'm going to speak very briefly just to support the previous speakers and the recommendations in paragraph 52 of the Secretariat's report on this matter. We acknowledge all the fantastic work that Mexico has done to address this issue, but we still remain concerned about the illegal fishing of the totoaba and its effect on the vaquita. And we agree that there's a need for more urgent action. So we definitely support the action plan being proposed in recommendation 52. Thank you.
Thank you, Oceania. So I've heard a number of Standing Committee members indicating support for the recommendations as presented in document 7.5. Of course, we've heard Mexico's concerns with those recommendations, and we've heard Canada's concern or amendments to one of those recommendations. But the remaining members of the committee have supported the recommendations as found in the document. So that's what I see as a prevailing view right now. I will continue to take interventions from members of the Standing Committee. I'll also continue to take interventions from observer parties who may wish to react. So I have the United Kingdom and Nigeria. I will start with the United Kingdom, please.
Thank you. To start with, as this is the first time the UK has taken the floor, we would like to express our sincere thanks to the Government of Panama for warmly welcoming us to your country and providing this impressive venue for today's meeting and COP19 later. The UK would like to thank the Secretariat for submitting this document to Standing Committee for consideration. We note that there are further decisions to be made at COP regarding this issue, but we welcome this paper being tabled ahead of that. We fully recognize the complexity of the situation in the Gulf of California and the difficulty of some of the challenges involved. We therefore welcome the progress made by Mexico to date, but continue to be concerned about lack of progress in the areas highlighted by the Secretariat. As raised by others, we are also concerned to hear that the swim bladders from the Totoaba captive breeding facility have not yet been destroyed in a timely manner and have been stockpiled to date. This deviation from the terms of the facility's registration is worrying and raises concerns about the ongoing safe management of these swim bladders. We therefore ask that the relevant authorities resolve this issue by destroying the swim bladders appropriately as a priority and in line with the previous commitments given to this committee. On the document, on the decisions in the document, the UK is supportive of decisions outlined as drafted, in particular the requirement for Mexico to develop a compliance action plan by the end of next February, and would urge that this be delivered and implemented as soon as possible. Given the urgency with which effective action is required to avoid extinction of the critically endangered vaquita, we urge the Standing Committee to adopt the decisions outlined in the document. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. The next speaker I had on my list was Nigeria, and I see followed by the United States. So Nigeria, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nigeria thanks the Secretariat for submission of this report and also thanks Mexico for the effort they have undertaken to protect both the critically endangered vaquita and the totoaba. We understand the complex challenges faced by Mexico, but we also note that these species are on the brink of extinction and that as a CITES community, we must prioritize urgent and definite action. We are very concerned with the status of the vaquita and the lack of progress that has been made in ending the illegal trafficking of totoaba that is driving the vaquita to extinction. The report of the Secretariat mission was alarming. The Secretariat's own observation and discussion with local fishermen confirmed that there continue to be enforcement challenges. The Secretariat expressed concern about the effectiveness of Mexico implementation. CITES parties and the Standing Committee have been working on this issue for years, and we are reaching the point where firmer action must be on the table. We therefore support the development of a compliance action that includes quantitative major milestones so that the parties will be in a better position to assess progress. These measures will ensure that Mexico receives the targeted support they need to enhance the efficacy of their efforts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Nigeria. And again, I'm hearing a fairly consistent message. I see the Dominican Republic has requested the floor. So as a member of the committee, I will ask them to intervene, and then I will turn to the United States. Dominican Republic, please.
As it's the first time that we are taking the floor before this committee, first of all, we would like to thank Panama for their hospitality in receiving us here. We'd like to thank CITES and the Secretariat for the organization along with Panama. We would like to thank the Secretariat for preparing this document, and we also value the efforts made by Mexico and the progress that they have made in the protection of the vaquita. And at the same time, we understand that it's a difficult situation, and extreme situations sometimes require extreme measures. So in this case, we support and align ourselves with the Secretariat's proposal. We have to make a little more effort to protect this species. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominican Republic. I have the United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States also thanks the Secretariat for the report and recognizes the complexity and difficulty of the situation. But the situation is urgent, and it has been ongoing for some time, and urgent action is required. We certainly support the development of a plan, but we fully support the Secretariat's decisions as drafted because of the need for urgent action, and urge other CITES parties to support the Secretariat's document. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the last request I have from observer parties. So I'll also see now if there are any observers who wish to intervene. The vast majority of the interventions spoke in favor of the recommendations as found in document 7.5. So that is what I am taking right now to be the general will of the committee. but I will again seek any interventions from committee members, observer parties, and I also invite any observers who wish to intervene to indicate their interest. Okay, over here, please introduce your organization prior to making your intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the Animal Welfare Institute, and to start with, since this is the first time the Animal Welfare Institute is taking the floor, I'd like to thank the government of Panama for its hosting and preparations for this event and for the warm welcome that we've all been given. I make this intervention on behalf of the Animal Welfare Institute Center for Biological Diversity, Environmental Investigation Agency US, Environmental Investigation Agency UK, Natural Resources Defense Council, Born Free, Eurogroup for Animals, Pro Wildlife, Earth Trust International, Species Survival Network, and Robin Dubois, some of which have been intimately involved with this issue for decades. The vaquita porpoise is now heartbreakingly close to extinction. Likely only around 10 vaquita remain. There is a single cause of the vaquita's decline: Mexico's long-standing failure to stop illegal fishing with gill nets for totoaba and other species, gill nets that entangle and kill vaquita. Totoaba swim bladders are trafficked internationally, primarily to China, making this a clear CITES compliance matter. For decades, the Mexican government has promised at conferences, meetings, and workshops to enforce the ban on totoaba fishing and trade. While this has garnered the congratulations of other governments, Mexico's promises have fallen short and the vaquita has continued to decline. This failure is clearly documented in SC 75 Doc 7.5. As the Secretariat observed during an unplanned visit to the shoreline in San Felipe, Mexico, over a dozen boats were seen illegally disembarking into the vaquita's habitat in just over 1 hour without the required inspection. Furthermore, in their discussions with fishermen, the Secretariat was told that illegal fishing occurs, quote, daily, end quote, and, quote, in plain sight without any consequence, end quote. Just days ago, on November 6th, the Sea Shepherd Conservation Society reported as many as 30 pangas illegally present in the zero tolerance area and 110 pangas outside the zero tolerance area, all engaged in net fishing. The day before, 160 pangas were identified fishing for shrimp outside the zero tolerance area, likely using illegal gill nets. Madam Chair and distinguished members and alternate members of the Standing Committee, this is a compliance issue. This is a compliance issue that needs action now. The Mexican government has failed to comply with the party's directive at COP 18 to effectively prevent fishers and vessels from entering the vaquita refuge, including the zero tolerance area, to fish for totoaba for trade, and to ensure that the area is gill net free. It is not effectively implementing its own rules. While we support the Secretariat's proposal that Mexico urgently produce a compliance action plan, with the vaquita so close to extinction, why are we giving Mexico yet another chance to make promises? When is enough enough? Why is Mexico afforded such leniency as it enables the near extinction of a species when other parties are not treated the same? The vaquita cannot afford another further delay by this committee in not acting with the urgency that this issue warrants. Therefore, we strongly urge the committee to consider an immediate suspension of trade against Mexico until it prepares the recommended compliance action plan. That plan is deemed sufficient, is fully implemented, and is demonstrating positive results. If such action is not taken by the committee today, we support the recommendations in Doc 7.5 without the amendments offered by Canada. Madam Chair and members of the committee, the suspension of trade is not disproportionate to the extinction of a species. The reality is, the vaquita may not survive until SC 77. This smallest of the world's cetaceans cannot risk another year of failed promises. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Animal Welfare Institute. And so again, based on the interventions I heard from the members of the committee and from observer parties, understanding the points raised by Mexico and Canada, it is my sense that the committee agrees with the recommendations in paragraph 52. So I don't see any further requests for the floor, so my conclusion is, okay, Mexico, you wish to take the floor? Briefly, please, Mexico.
Thank you very much. I would like to comment and recall, quite simply, that at the 18th Conference of the Parties in 2019 in Geneva, specifically in decision 18.2.92, it was established that the parties would have a commitment to facilitate and provide information on seizures of totoaba and the arrests of those involved in illegal trade, and that the outcomes of the proceedings, judicial proceedings, would be made, and that we would also eliminate the supply and demand of illegally fished totoaba, and that we would strengthen the policies and the national measures for the implementation of the law to tackle and avoid illegal trade. And in this, there needed to be a collaboration with the commitments under the convention, and in particular the countries which are countries of transit and also countries of destination. And this, unfortunately, has not been achieved. And today, it is indicated that Mexico must establish and have an action plan. Mexico individually, without taking into account that the demand and the supply are determinant for the continuation for the illegal fishing of totoaba. Mexico maintains that it has not failed. Mexico, as we have shown, has worked constantly and has called for resources. We found resources which for a country means that they are significant resources. Mexico has carried out additional work and keeps undertaking steps. Mexico has not made promises. In our reports, which are accompanied by proof, informs on actions which are real actions. And now that there is a call for an individual plan of action to be drawn up, I would like to comment that that Mexico is not being treated fairly. And despite the fact that the parties are in equal positions under the convention, that's not fair for our country. We must consider all the work that's carried out. And I repeat, we must take into account that we have to eliminate, to bring an end to the illegal fishing, we have to remove supply and demand, because this harms Mexico. We don't keep the swim bladder of the totoaba. We know it's trafficked, and it's trafficked to specific countries, and that's known and notorious. Mexico doesn't consume the fish either. What happens through these organizations participating in the commission of this crime, and which are international organizations, what happens, I repeat, is that the fish is wasted, and the fish that is thrown away is also contaminating the sea of my country and our land. And that is something that should be taken into account. An individualized action plan for Mexico is not the solution. It would even involve a type of double punishment, because we would continue working alone. We'd continue allocating resources, a large amount of resources for my country. and they can be used and should be prepared for, and these resources are needed for the people of Mexico. So I'd like to thank. When it comes to the potential sanction, it would be completely out of place and completely unfair. Thank you.
We are running out of time, so I would like to now conclude this item. I appreciate your interventions. I also recognize that many of the points you raised, particularly regarding working with countries working on demand issues, is something that I trust will also be taken up further in the COP discussion on this issue. I understood from the Secretariat that these recommendations are meant to be complementary to those recommendations, and so perhaps there will be an opportunity at the COP to make sure that those other issues you're raising are also addressed in a way that parties are comfortable with. But turning to the recommendations in front of this committee, I again recognize that what I've heard from the committee is support. In particular, I understand that it is my conclusion that the Standing Committee agrees with recommendation A and the requests to Mexico found in there, agrees with recommendation B and the requests to the Secretariat found there, agrees with recommendation C to review Mexico's progress. And I think with regards to recommendation D, which is to this meeting, the committee takes note of the oral report from Mexico on the destruction of Totoaba swim bladders. And that is what I conclude is the result of the discussion that we've had here. So thank you very much, committee, and I will now move us to the next item. And thank you all. So let's now move to SC 75 Doc 8 on the review of significant trade. This has been prepared by the Secretariat.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll just say a few introductory words in relation to document SC 75 Doc 8. Chair, the review of significant trade remains a vital compliance process for CITES to ensure the biological sustainability of international trade in Appendix 2 species. Now, at SC 74, many of the ongoing cases were deferred for consideration at SC 77 next year. But today, we do have some news on 4 fauna cases and 3 flora cases, as you requested at your last meeting. Now, the Secretariat is trying to make the review of significant trade process smoother, and that means bringing cases to a conclusion as quickly as possible, whilst ensuring that remedial action is taken to resolve deficiencies in the implementation of non-detriment findings. We also think it's important to clearly focus on the recommendations of the Animals and Plants Committees and their implementation, and not get too distracted by supplementary questions or other issues, because that can result in cases dragging on for many years and the whole process becomes difficult to manage. Indeed, the review of significant trade has become more complex over the years, and it's become more complicated for everyone to follow. So the Secretariat is pleased to announce that in line with the decision of the COP, we've completed work on an interactive review of significant trade management system. We'll be launching it during the COP with a side event demonstration on Thursday, the 24th of November, so watch out for that in the side event program, and we look forward to seeing you there. With that, and with your permission, Chair, I'll hand over to my colleagues to take you through the cases which are for decision this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. And so now I would invite the committee to start going through the cases. And so what I will ask is for the Secretariat to introduce the first case, and then I will turn to comments, and we will continue issue by issue. So, Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, delegates. So just to let you know where we are looking at, the summaries of the 4 fauna cases under review are presented in Section A of Annex 1 to the document. And this is along with the recommendations of the Secretariat following consultation with the Animals Committee. And the views of the Animals Committee can be found in Annex 2 and the responses from the range states in Annex 3. So concerning the first case, which is Ararona from Guyana, the Standing Committee at SC74 agreed to consider a proposed increase in the quota by Guyana for this species. In compliance with Recommendation A and B, Guyana communicated its proposed increase in quota from 660 to 760 specimens to the Secretariat, along with supporting information contained in a report. It's a study found in Annex 3. This report was reviewed by the Animals Committee, which provided very detailed comments and suggestions for Guyana to consider. In summary, Chair, following consultation with the Animals Committee, the Secretariat does not consider that Guyana has provided sufficient information to justify the proposed quota increase. So the Standing Committee is invited to consider the detailed recommendations which can be found in paragraph 5E. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. So, Committee, the recommendations for Guyana are found in paragraph 5E. So I will see first if there's any comments from members of the Standing Committee. I will take silence to mean agreement with the recommendations as presented by the Secretariat following consultation with the Animals Committee. So I will first see if there's any interventions from members of the committee. I will also invite observer parties who wish to speak. I will allow for 1 or 2 short interventions from observers. So seeing no requests for the floor, I conclude that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations for Guyana as found in paragraph 5E of document 8. To note, just for precision on the third recommendation, we would invite Guyana to submit the information 3 months before the document deadline for SC77 so that there's opportunity to review and make sure that that information is provided for consideration. And as the Secretariat noted, there are some detailed comments from the Animals Committee and including suggestions to Guyana, which the Secretariat will bring to the attention of Guyana in its follow-up letter. So just for some extra clarifications. So I take that to be the agreement of the committee, and I will turn to the next case, please, Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. The next 3 cases actually concern the 3 species, so I would propose to take those together. So concerning Anguilla, which is the European eel, at SC74, the Standing Committee requested the Secretariat to provide or to produce a detailed summary of the information provided by Algeria, Morocco and Tunisia, which are the 3 parties currently under review. So this detailed summary would be reviewed by the Animals Committee and also the Anguillid Specialist Group of the IUCN and would be considered further at this meeting. So additional information since SC74 was provided by Algeria and Morocco, and this is included in Annex 3. The Secretariat prepared a summary of each of the 3 cases concerning Anguilla based on all of the documentation available, and this was circulated to the members of the Animals Committee and the IUCN Anguillid Specialist Group. The views of the Animals Committee can be found in Annex 2 to the present document, while the IUCN Anguillid Specialist Group will provide an oral update at this meeting. The principal issue under consideration concerns quotas, In the case of Algeria, it is seeking an increase in its quota from 8,000 kilograms or 8 tons to 20,000 kilograms or 20 tons. Morocco is seeking an increase in its quota of 500,000 kilograms for eels produced from aquaculture, and that's based on a current harvest level of 2 tons of glass eels. They're proposing to increase this to 600,000 kilograms, and this will be based on a proposed increase in the harvest level of glass eels to 4 tons. Tunisia is not seeking any increase to its current quota of 90,000 kilograms. So the Standing Committee is invited to review the detailed recommendations of the Secretariat following consultations with the Animals Committee, and these can be found in paragraphs 15, 18 and 21. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. And I note that the request from the Standing Committee was also to hear to provide these summaries to the IUCN. And so, with the indulgence of the Standing Committee, perhaps we will see if a representative from the IUCN and Welded Specialist Group might additionally have points to raise with the documents that were circulated to them. And if so, wave your placard. Oh, there you are. Hi. In the back, please, IUCN.
Thank you, Chair. And we'd like to thank the Government of Panama for hosting this meeting and the Conference of the Parties. To avoid repetition, we will comment on the information submitted by the parties in the context of 2 recent documents. The first is the report entitled Status of Use and Trade in Anguilla Deals, contained in Annex 4 to document SC 74 Doc 64.1, which included detailed responses from Algeria, Morocco, and Tunisia. The second is the 2023 International Council for the Exploration of the Sea, ICES, advice for the European eel, published earlier this month. ICES advises zero catch for all life stages across the species' entire range, and also that all non-fisheries related anthropogenic mortalities should be zero. The ICES advice reflects the scale of concern for the species across its entire range, and all parties harvesting and/or trading European eel should be mindful of this. We will now comment on the 3 countries in RST in alphabetical order. Algeria. There has been progress in the understanding of the European eel and its associated habitats in Algeria, as well as a strengthening of associated management. This is in part due to Algeria's engagement in the General Fisheries Commission for the Mediterranean, GFCM, programme relating to the European eel. Regional coordination of this sort has been identified as an essential element in managing exploitation and trade of the species and should be commended. However, while there is overlap in the data collection and analysis within the GFCM programme and that need to provide a non-detriment finding, the IUCN aligns with perspectives of the Secretariat that the justification of an increase in export quota of large wild eels from 8 tons to 20 tons is lacking, especially in the context of the ICES advice of zero catch. Morocco. Morocco has a well-defined domestic chain of custody for European eel that facilitates traceability until the point of export. Morocco presently has a catch quota of 2 tons of glass eels for domestic aquaculture, which are grown to support a 500-ton export quota of farmed eels, both large for consumption and smaller for on-growing and import countries. There is also a catch quota of 7 tons of large wild eels for export. All of these quotas were proposed as precautionary in light of a 2013 national stock assessment. Morocco is proposing increases in the glass eel catch quota for farming from 2 tons to 4 tons and a subsequent increase in the farmed eel export quota from 500 tons to 600 tons. IUCN agrees with the Secretariat's comments that increasing the glass eel harvest by 100% does not align with the suggested 20% increase in export of farmed eels. Further, IUCN considers that there is not enough evidence to support increasing the quotas at this time. We are encouraged to see that a suite of population monitoring studies were initiated in 2021 to update the 2013 stock assessment, though we would advise against using a single year of data from a limited number of sites to revise catch quotas for a species with an estimated mean generation length of 13 years. The proposed increase must also be considered in the context of the ICES advice of zero catch. Tunisia. Tunisia continues to strengthen its understanding and management of the European eel and associated habitats. Similar to Algeria, Tunisia's engagement in the regional programme of the GFCM is to be commended. Indeed, Tunisia is reducing its catch by 30% in line with GFCM recommendations. Tunisia is not requesting a change in its export quota for large eels, though we note from the data presented in the document from the CITES database, there are disparities between importer and exporter figures in some years, which has been highlighted as a concern in the SC74 report. Finally, we'd like to state that all three countries should be applauded for progress in data collection, as this is hugely valuable in increasing our understanding of the species in these countries and across the entirety of its range. Further, there's clearly been progress in implementing management structures. However, as per recommendation L noted in the present document, we still believe that there is a fundamental need for production of a formal NDF using relevant data by all three parties to justify export quotas and associated harvests. The IUCN Anguilla Deal Specialist Group is available to advise and support this process as we are needed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, IUCN. So I will now open the floor to members of the Standing Committee. The recommendations for Anguilla are found in paragraph 15, 18, and 21 for the three parties. So I will see if there's any comments from the Standing Committee. Ireland, please, followed by North America. Ireland.
Thank you, Chair. And Ireland speaks on behalf of the EU and its member states. With regards to the three different countries presented on Anguilla, we agree with the Secretariat's recommendation for Algeria, for Morocco, and while we acknowledge that the situation for the production of Anguilla in Morocco is quite different from that of Algeria and Tunisia, and with regard to Anguilla in Tunisia, we agree again with the Secretary's recommendation to maintain its current quota until it provides justifications for any increased quota. Thank you.
Thank you, Ireland. North America, please.
Thank you, Chair. The North American region also agrees with the recommendations for the Anguilla for Algeria and Tunisia, and we agree in principle with those recommendations for Morocco. However, we would like the Standing Committee to note two additional concerns or issues that the North American region brought to the attention of the Animals Committee, which are not addressed in the Secretariat's document. We would ask the Standing Committee to note a suggestion that Morocco provide its NDF to the IUCN Anguilla Specialist Group, as the IUCN colleague mentioned, for their review before a decision can be made as to whether or not remaining recommendations have been implemented or are no longer relevant given the production method used in Morocco, or they can be removed from the review of significant trade process. We would also like to point to a record from 2020 of the CITES trade database recorded by the importer, which shows 19.84 tons of Anguilla exported by Morocco to the Republic of South Korea with a source code W. We request that Morocco please clarify this particular trade transaction to determine if this was truly wild-sourced live eels or aquacultured live eels. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, North America. So I understood you also agree with the recommendations found in the document and ask the committee to take note of an additional two concerns that had been previously raised by the region. And so I think the committee, well, I'll hear reactions, but I will presume that the committee will take note of those and ask the Secretariat to ensure to follow up. I will continue to take comments from members of the committee, and I'll also open the floor to observer parties. Morocco, please.
Thank you, Madam. I would like to thank the Secretariat for their report. As you know, since the European eel was listed in Appendix 2, Morocco has introduced a certain number of measures to manage this species, taking into account its status and introducing all technical and regulatory means necessary in order to ensure sustainable use of the species. This in keeping with our CITES commitments. This approach is a precautionary one and is based on fishing quotas, regulation of fishing rights, restriction with respect to exploitation, and some breeding, some eel fishing, farming. And we are also working against poaching and illegal trade in these species. However, in order to reply to the points raised by the IUCN, Morocco is currently engaged in its review of significant trade. We have gone through a number of phases. We have, first of all, have a standardized methodology to study our eel populations, this with the help of national and international experts. We work on the basis of different protocols adopted by European countries. And this is based particularly on what happens with respect to dams and what happens in estuaries and lagoons. And we also look at the founder stock and recapture through marking, and we are also looking at repopulation. This methodology was introduced at the end of 2021. The first results are expected in December of this year, and that will enable us to be able to come up with initial population estimates. Now, with respect to our being able to work with dams and eel population, we are working with another organization to do this. Now, with respect to this, we need the help of a certain number of experts. When it comes to looking at our specific needs, we have asked the Secretariat for support with respect to capacity building for the monitoring of this species and for the scientific monitoring of our eel stocks. As you know, it is indeed a threatened species and requires particularly focused and close monitoring. This also means that we need to work on the basis of internationally recognized methodologies. With respect to quotas, Morocco is going to wait for this review of significant trade before coming to any decision. Once we've been able to conduct that review, we will be able to consider the Moroccan request. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Morocco, for your intervention and for your description of some of the activities you're undertaking. And I do also note in response to one of your comments that IUCN was also offering support, and so there might be a connection to make there. So thank you, Morocco. I'll continue to take interventions from members of the committee, and I'll also invite observer parties who wish to intervene. And I will open the floor to observers. Okay. So seeing no further requests for the floor, it is my conclusion that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations for Anguilla found in paragraph 15. Those are directed to Algeria. Standing Committee also agrees with the recommendations for this species in paragraph 18, directed to Morocco. In doing so, the Standing Committee takes note of the concerns raised by the North American region and asks the Secretariat to follow up on those concerns and points. And finally, the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations in paragraph 21 for the species that are directed to Tunisia. So thank you, committee. So at this point, we can turn our attention to the next cases, which I believe are flora. So Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Chair. Document SC75, Doc 8, presents in paragraphs 23 to 25 updates on the 3 flora cases that were agreed for reporting at the present meeting. And in paragraphs 26 to 31, it presents updates on the intersessional decision-making process of the Plans Committee for Pterocarpus erinaceus. With regards to the 3 flora cases that were agreed for reporting at the present meeting, these are India for Pterocarpus santalinus, Nepal for Nardostachys grandiflora, and Paraguay for Vulnesia sarmientoi. The overview of each case is summarized in Annex 1, Section B of the document, based on which the Secretariat has included the actions recommended for consideration of the Standing Committee. The views of the Plans Committee can be found in Annex 4, and the responses from the range states are found in Annex 5 of the document. In accordance with paragraph 1M of Resolution COMP 12, Rev COP 18, and based on the present report, the Standing Committee is invited to review the recommendations of these 3 cases and decide on necessary action and make recommendations to the range states concerned or to all parties. The recommendations following consultation with the Plans Committee are presented in paragraphs 23H, 24F, and 25G. For ease of reference, they are also found in the table in the Section B of Annex 1. And I will now go one by one on these 3 cases. So concerning India and Pterocarpus santalinus, the Secretariat has determined that recommendations A and B of the Plans Committee and associated recommendations C and H of the Standing Committee have been complied with. These recommendations for reference relate to the establishment of quotas and the status of material exported from plantations, also known as Source Code A. Recommendation I to K of the Standing Committee remain ongoing, pending upcoming updates by India in the implementation of the remaining credit of the one-time export of confiscated specimens, as well as that of any quotas to be established for non-wild specimens in the run-up to the 77th meeting of the Standing Committee. Therefore, the Standing Committee is invited to A, commend India in the completion of the implementation of recommendations A and B of the Plans Committee, and B, to encourage India to provide an update on the remaining credit of the one-time export of Pterocarpus santalinus from confiscated specimens, as well as of that of any additional exports of confiscated specimens in time for the matter to be considered at the 77th meeting of the Standing Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So I will turn the committee's attention then to paragraphs 23 and the recommendations for Pterocarpus santalinus from India, particularly the recommendations found in paragraph H of the document, 23H. So I will see if there's any comments from members of the Standing Committee. Ireland, please.
Thank you, Chair. And Ireland speaks on behalf of the EU and its member states. We support the suggestion of the Secretariat for India to provide the update on the remaining credit of the one-time export, as well as any additional export of confiscated specimens, as well as complimenting India on the work done to date. Thank you.
Thank you, Ireland. I will see if there's any further interventions from members of the committee, and I will also invite observer parties. And I will open the floor as well to observers who might wish to make a brief intervention. India. India, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. India joins other parties and delegates in thanking Government of Panama
for hosting meeting of Standing Committee and COP19 in this beautiful Panama City. Madam Chair, we would like to express our confusion about the basis on which exports of red sandals from India continue to be included in the RST process. The export of Pterocarpus santalinus from India has been included in the RST process for almost 16 of the last 17 years, despite India submitting 3 non-detriment finding reports for the species and complying with its reporting requirements under the convention. At SC 74, we were requested to provide an update of the remaining stock of the one-time export of confiscated specimens from 2019 onwards. This information has been provided to the CITES Secretariat in writing as well as to the Standing Committee at SC 74. The Secretariat in Annex 1 to SC 75 Doc 8 states that recommendations I to K of the Standing Committee recommendations remain ongoing. Of these recommendations, recommendation K is directed to the Secretariat and only recommendations I and J are directed at India. Recommendation I encourages India to provide an update of the remaining stock of the one-time export of confiscated specimens from 2019 onwards in order to complete implementation of recommendations C and E of the Standing Committee. As we have stated, this recommendation has already been complied with. Recommendation J encourages India to finalize the implementation of all outstanding recommendations in time for the matter to be considered at SC 77. There are no outstanding recommendations, and therefore, this recommendation has also been complied with. The making of non-detriment findings, legal acquisition findings, and findings regarding artificial propagation are functions vested in the management and scientific authorities of parties by the Convention. The RST process is not meant to assign these functions to the Plans Committee or the Standing Committee. It is meant to identify issues in the making of NDFs, and it bears repeating that we have not received any communication from the Secretariat, the Plans Committee, or the Standing Committee questioning the findings or recommendations of our NDF reports. As per Resolution Conf 12.8, Rev COP 18, the RST process is meant to identify problems and solutions concerning the implementation of Article 4, paragraphs 2A, 3, and 6A of the Convention. It is not meant to review the export of artificially propagated specimens which are covered by paragraph 5 of Article 7, or the disposal of seized and confiscated specimens which are now covered by Resolution 17.8 on the disposal of illegally traded and confiscated specimens of CITES listed species. India has comprehensive laws for forest and wildlife protection, and India applies stricter domestic measures than CITES for Pterocarpus santalinus. The felling and transport of a species is strictly regulated by state and national laws, and these are detailed in the 2019 NDF report. In addition to CITES permits, the export of Pterocarpus santalinus requires licenses from the Director General of Foreign Trade under the Foreign Trade Development and Regulation Act 1992. This requirement applies to all specimens of Pterocarpus santalinus and not only those covered under Annotation 7. There is no information or clarification that has been requested from us that is pending. We strongly urge the Standing Committee to remove the species from the RST process at this meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, India. And from what I'm hearing from India in particular, the particular point that would retain consideration of this case is to get an update on the remaining credit of the one-time export. And India is suggesting that this information has been provided and is not necessarily pertinent to the review of significant trade process. And so I would ask for any insights from the Standing Committee. I heard from Ireland that they support the recommendations in the document as presented by the Secretariat, and so would seek this, this update prior to making a final evaluation in terms of the conclusion of this RST process. So I'll seek insights from the committee as to whether or not they wish to retain this recommendation or alternatively conclude the process for India. Again, I'll take silence to be agreement with the document and the recommendations as they are drafted in Doc 8. So I open the floor again to parties, to observer parties and to members of the Standing Committee. I will see if there is any brief interventions from observers. Okay, so not seeing any requests from the floor, and again, my proposed approach was, unless the Standing Committee members make a suggestion otherwise, was that I will take silence from the committee to be agreement with the recommendations of the the Secretariat as found in paragraph H, which would thus retain the recommendation to encourage an update on the remaining credit. It's my understanding that with this particular update, we could anticipate the removal of India from the RST process at the next meeting, the next substantive meeting of the Standing Committee. But right now, what I'm not hearing, what I'm hearing by default is that we retain the recommendations and that the committee agrees with the recommendations in paragraph H. So I'm not seeing reactions to the contrary. So thank you very much, India, and I appreciate your intervention, and I hope that this final clarification will allow for the successful conclusion of this case at the next meeting. But my conclusion is the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations found in paragraph 23H as directed to India for Pterocarpus santalinus. So I will move then to the next case from Nepal. Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Chair. So in the case of Nepal for Nardostachys grandiflora, the Secretariat has determined that recommendations A to E of the Plans Committee, which relate to the establishment of conservative export quotas, the formulation of non-determinant findings, and the development of adaptive management plans, and associated recommendations from the Standing Committee have been complied with. And we also understand that following the publication of the document, Nepal has been in bilateral consultations with parties that have requested additional clarifications on the NDF and the establishment of quotas, and we welcome this dialogue. So based on this, the Secretariat invites the Standing Committee to agree that Nepal has complied with all the recommendations for Nardostachys grandiflora and can be removed from the review of significant trade process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So I will take reactions firstly from members of the Standing Committee regarding the recommendation to remove Nepal from the RST process as found in paragraph 24F. I'll invite members of the Standing Committee to comment. I'll also open the floor to observer parties. Ireland, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And Ireland speaks on behalf of the EU and its member states. While we acknowledge the progress made by Nepal within the review of significant trade process, but we disagree, however, with its removal from the review. The species has been categorised as critically endangered as recently as 2020. Nepal has not proven to us that the high harvest volume is based on scientifically sound inventory, and for example, they do not take into account the domestic trade or any illegal trade, as also highlighted by the Secretariat in their calculations, and that the current management and monitoring of this species is not appropriate to the level of extinction risk. Therefore, we have some specific recommendations to retain the species country combination in the review of significant trade, and we would encourage Nepal to provide some further documentation on the assessment of the standing stock, calculation of the sustainable harvest volumes within its districts, and then at the national level to apply a more precautionary approach to this data. We want to establish, Nepal to establish a revised export quota then based on the data suggested above, and we would take into account the harvesting, the domestic harvest and trade volumes. We would also like some information on the management and monitoring for all the different harvest districts in Nepal. And we would also suggest a traceability system which would link exported specimens to their specific harvest district. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ireland. So first and foremost, you disagree with the recommendation to remove Nepal from the RST process, and then you provide a number of actions you feel would be necessary. So before we detail those, I will continue to take interventions from members of the Standing Committee to get a sense of the views at the committee. I'll also invite observer parties who wish to react. I believe Nepal. Nepal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Nepal is taking the floor for the first time, Nepal congratulates the government of Panama for hosting this important event here in beautiful Panama city of Panama. And Nepal also would like to express our sincere thanks to the people of Panama for providing us warm hospitality. Madam Chair, Nepal is well known for community-based forest management program, where local communities manage their forest by themselves, harvest the forest products based on the operation plan, and share the forest benefits, including the income from the sale of forest products based on the equity and justice among the forest user groups, with the due consideration of social and ecological safeguards and the rights of the indigenous people of local communities, which is supported by Forest Act 2018 and its subsequent regulations. Madam Chair, regarding to the Nardo Stachys grandiflora case, the 21st meeting of the Plant Committee considered it into the review of significant trade in 2014, and the implementation of the committee recommendations has also reported in Standing Committee 71 and Standing Committee 74. Nepal has also submitted a report on 16 September and made a request for this species for the year, the quota for this species for the year of 2022. The Secretariat has already consulted with the members of the Plant Committee and observed that Nepal has fulfilled all the recommendations for this particular species, Nardo Stachys grandiflora, and its biological sustainability, and therefore Nepal welcomes the Secretariat recommendations to remove from the review of significant trade process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Nepal. I will continue to seek interventions from members of the committee as well as observer parties. I will note, as I've done in the past, there was one disagreement with this recommendation. I will take silence from the rest of the members of the committee to be agreement with the recommendation to remove this species from the review of significant trade. So again, I will continue to take interventions from parties present, both members of the committee and observer parties. I'll also invite any interventions from observers.
I think it's traffic.
Traffic.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I'd like to thank the government of Panama for their very warm welcome to this beautiful country, and to the government and the Secretariat for the very efficient hosting and organizing of this meeting. I'd just like to note that Traffic has been implementing a project in collaboration with other partners on sustainable and equitable trade in Jatamansi in Nepal, which was generously funded by the UK DEFRA Darwin Initiative. Traffic worked with the government of Nepal in operationalizing CITES trade controls for medicinal and aromatic plants, and supported capacity building on sustainable harvest management to over 2,000 Jatamansi harvesting households in 2 districts in Nepal, using the voluntary farewell standard. This has helped simultaneously to protect wild ecosystems and improve local livelihoods from wild collection activities. Jatamansi harvest benefits an estimated 15,000 people in Nepal, providing an average 25% of their yearly income. We therefore strongly believe that enabling imports to important markets for Jatamansi products will provide important incentives for the ongoing conservation of the species. Traffic stands ready to support the ongoing activities to enable sustainable harvests and trade in Nardostakis grandiflora in Nepal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Traffic. So again, my conclusion is that I will take silence from the members of the Standing Committee to be agreement with the recommendation to remove Nepal from the RST process. So it is my conclusion, therefore, that overall the Standing Committee agrees to remove Nepal from the RST process. Thank you, and I will now turn to the Secretariat for the final case, please. Secretariat?
Thank you, Chair. The final case relates to Paraguay Vulnesia Sarmientoi. The Secretariat has determined that recommendations A to F of the Plans Committee, which relate to several aspects from the establishment of export quotas to long-term monitoring and management measures up to 2025, have been implemented, and that recommendations G to N of the Standing Committee, which relate to aspects from the establishment of conservative quotas to updates on the NDF study, have also been met. Therefore, the Standing Committee is invited to commend Paraguay in its commitment to formulate NDFs and precautionary export quotas for Vulnesia Sarmientoi, and to agree that Paraguay has complied with all recommendations in the framework of the RST process for Vulnesia Sarmientoi and can be removed from the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. So I again draw the committee's attention to paragraph 25G and the recommendation from the Secretariat that the Standing Committee agree to remove Paraguay from the RST process. So I will first see if there are comments from members of the Standing Committee. I see North America, followed by Ireland. So North America, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The North American region notes the significant progress made by range countries to address the committee's recommendations, and we appreciate the excellent work of the Secretariat and the PC Chair in keeping the review of significant trade process moving forward. Indeed, we support all recommendations made in Document 8 regarding cases currently in the review of significant trade process, and note the report of the Pterocarpus erinaceus review. We would, however, like to make the following general observations. Regarding India and Pterocarpus centellinus, at SC74 it was reported that India would not export any wild specimens for 5 years, and that the Secretariat had received information supporting the export of artificially propagated specimens. For the purposes of clarity and tracking, we recommend this information be noted on the CITES export quota website. Regarding Paraguay and Vulnesia Sarmientoi, during the PC consultation prior to SC74, it was noted that the quota had been established by weight rather than by the CITES recommended unit of measure, cubic meters. We believe it will be difficult to compare an export quota by weight with trade data that is reported in cubic meters. As well, we are concerned that the Plants Committee consultation process during the present intersessional has been hurried and in some respects inadequate, and we suggest a discussion of this matter take place at the next meeting of the Plants Committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, North America. So I understand that the North American region agrees with the recommendation for Paraguay and indeed all the previous recommendations, and has also raised 3 issues that in particular they would like the committee to take note of. And some of those, I believe, should be shared with the Secretariat for their follow-up, as it sounded like there was some follow-up needed there. So I will now take the intervention from Ireland, please.
Thank you, Chair. And Ireland once again speaks on behalf of the EU and its member states. While we acknowledge the huge progress made by Paraguay with Bolnesia Sarmiento within the review of significant trade process, however, we would again disagree with the removal of it from the process. We feel that growth rates of this extremely slow-growing species are not considered in the management plans, and as a consequence, extrapolating harvestable stock is not quite accurate, and this could potentially lead to unsustainable harvest rates and cutting cycles. We recommend that to retain the species-country combination, and we have 3 recommendations then to encourage Paraguay to A, assess the growing stocks and harvest areas based on scientifically appropriate inventory methods, to update the forest management plans accordingly, and to take into consideration the slow growth rates of the species. And we would like to get Paraguay to establish a precautionary export quota, taking into account the recommendations from the review of significant trade and the 2021 NDF made by the CITES Scientific Authority of Paraguay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ireland. So again, I continue to take interventions from members of the Standing Committee. I would also invite observer parties who wish to intervene. I've heard agreement with the recommendation from the North American representative. I've heard disagreement from the European representative, and as with the previous, I will take silence from other members to be agreement with the document and the recommendation as found in Doc 8. So I will continue to take interventions, and I will also open the floor to observer parties. Belgium, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With regards to Bolnesia sarmentoi from Paraguay, we feel that the species-country combination should be retained in the review of significant trade due to the different arguments already raised by our colleagues from Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. I will continue to take interventions. Again, I will seek interventions from members of the Standing Committee, and I will also invite interventions from observer parties. I again will take silence from the Standing Committee members to be agreement with the decisions as they are listed in Doc 8, so paragraph 25G. I'll invite observers who wish to intervene. Okay, so seeing no requests for the floor, I understand that the representative from Belgium and from Ireland disagree with the recommendation. I heard agreement from North America, and I've taken silence from the remaining members of the Standing Committee to also be agreement with the recommendation as found in Doc 8. So therefore, it is my conclusion that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations found in paragraph 25, paragraph G, and in particular agrees that Paraguay has complied with the recommendations and can be removed from the RST process. So that is the last of the recommendations related to species-country combinations. And the final recommendation in the document is to take note of paragraphs 26 through 31 regarding the intersessional decision-making process. And we additionally take note of the comment made by the North American region on this process. I will see if there's any other comments on that aspect before concluding our discussion of document 8. Okay. So seeing no further requests for the floor, I believe that concludes our consideration of document 8 on the review of significant trade. I am not doing a great job of keeping us on time, but perhaps we will catch up. We are now moving to document 9, illegal trade in Asian big cats. So I will invite the Secretariat to please introduce document 9.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, document 9 on illegal trade in Asian big cats concerns decisions 18108 and 18109, and specifically missions to those parties in whose territories there are facilities which may be of concern keeping Asian big cats in captivity. Now, previous Secretariat reviews reported to this committee have found that concerns about Asian big cats in captivity relate to tigers, and our focus, therefore, has been on that species. As has been reported in previous reports to the Standing Committee on this matter, the Standing Committee has noted that concern in this context can be for one of two reasons. Firstly, Decision 1469 says that parties with intensive operations breeding tigers on a commercial scale should implement measures to restrict the captive population to a level supportive only of conserving wild tigers, and that tigers should not be bred for trade in their parts and derivatives. The second concern that we found evidence that some facilities, specimens of parts and derivatives of tigers may be entering trade through these facilities, and Resolution Conference 12.5 requires parties to ensure that adequate management practices and controls are in place to prevent that illegal trade taking place through these facilities. So as you'll see from paragraph 11 of the document, we found 83 facilities in 7 parties keeping tigers where there was some sign that one or both of these concerns applied. And the purpose of the envisaged missions is to gain a better understanding of the operations and the activities undertaken by these facilities, and to report back to this committee with recommendations for its consideration. Now, these missions were subject to external funding, and external funds were received right at the end of last year to undertake some of these missions. Those funds came from the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and we'd like to thank the UK warmly for their support for this exercise. During this year, a combination of COVID-related travel limitations and preparations for the Conference of the Parties prevented any missions from being undertaken so far, but the first ones are planned for early January next year, and we hope to fix the precise dates at side meetings which we are organising during the COP. In advance of these missions, we asked the concerned parties to provide an update on the current situation in the facilities which may be of concern situated in their territories. And by the time of writing the document, we'd received replies from the Lao People's Democratic Republic, South Africa, Thailand, and the United States of America, and we would like to thank these parties for their timely responses. You can find a summary of their replies in Annex 1 of the document. As you see, most of the facilities continue to keep tigers, although a number in Thailand and the United States of America have been closed after enforcement actions were carried out in relation to them. Since we wrote this document, we've received a completed questionnaire from the Czech Republic, who report that their 2 facilities, which are of possible concern, are still operating, but that national legislation concerning tigers has been strengthened and a number of enforcement actions have been carried out. China has also responded to our inquiry. They've not yet completed an inventory of the current status of facilities of possible concern, but they inform us that they're committed to fulfill the decisions of CITES, and they also advise that currently there are no facilities breeding tigers for commercial purposes in China. We are yet to receive a reply from Vietnam. Now, the missions that are planned for the first part of January next year, with the dates to be fixed, are to Vietnam, to the Lao PDR, and to Thailand, and all 3 of those parties have indicated that they would welcome such a visit. For the information of the committee, the Secretariat attaches the terms of reference for these missions as Annex 2 to the document. Decisions 18-108 and 18-109 are proposed for renewal by the Standing Committee at the upcoming COP in document 68, and the Secretariat trusts that the Conference of the Parties will agree to this renewal so that the Secretariat can report at SC 77. In conclusion, Chair, and in a departure from the recommendation that we had in the document, which has had to be updated in the view of events that have taken place since we wrote the document, the Secretariat requests the Standing Committee to take note of the present report and to encourage Vietnam to respond to the request of the Secretariat to complete a questionnaire in order to provide an update on the situation concerning these facilities in advance of a possible mission. Thank you very much, Chair. No, China has replied, yeah.
Thank you, Secretariat. So I trust everyone took note of the report, and therefore the Standing Committee is now invited to note the report, the document, and also encourage Vietnam to respond to the questionnaire request. So I will turn to first to members of the Standing Committee for any reactions. Ireland, please.
We thank the Secretariat for the report and its efforts. In addition, we welcome the reports from the Czech Republic, Lao PDR, South Africa, Thailand, and the United States of America. We support the proposed recommendation and encourage China to respond to the questionnaire. We also acknowledge the funding that has been provided to undertake missions to the 3 countries with breeding facilities. We hope that the funding will be found for future missions to countries of concern. We would like to inform the Standing Committee of the intention of the EU to adopt the EU guidance on trade in tiger specimens. This document harmonises the EU approach to limit trade in captive bred tigers for legitimate, non-primarily commercial purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ireland. I will continue to take any interventions from members of the Standing Committee. I'll also invite observer parties who wish to intervene to please indicate your interest. United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States supports noting the document. Additionally, we urge all parties to respond to requests from the Secretariat in a timely manner so that the work called for in these decisions can be concluded. With regard to the mission terms of reference, we look forward to hearing the input of others, including from non-party observers with relevant expertise. From our perspective, in addition to an expert in captive tiger conservation, for example from WASA, we believe that the Secretariat should consult experts in the administration of sanctuaries, especially for big cats. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States. And I see the Secretariat taking note of that recommendation you make to the terms of reference. I turn to India now, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. India remains concerned at the long delays that have plagued the implementation of CITES recommendations on Asian big cats. We remind the Standing Committee that Decision 14.69, which was adopted in 2007, still remains to be implemented even after 15 years. None of the decisions adopted at the COP18 have been implemented in full. The information generated through 2 comprehensive reviews of the implementation of Resolution Conf 12.5 remains yet to be acted on. We therefore support the adoption of a specific time-bound recommendations at this meeting and at COP19 wherever possible. In particular, we support the following recommendations with reporting to SC 77 and SC 78. First, a recommendation encouraging the relevant consumer states to take effective enforcement action to shut down the trade of Asian big cat body parts and derivatives at wildlife trade tourism markets referred to COP18 Doc 17.1. Second, a recommendation encouraging Lao PDR to suspend breeding of tigers at captive facilities and establish a stripe pattern photo database for these tigers. And third, in line with the draft decisions on elephant at COP19, a recommendation encouraging parties that have not closed their domestic markets for commercial trade of Asian big cat body parts and derivatives to report on the measures they are taking to ensure that these domestic markets are not contributing to poaching or trade of Asian big cats. We also support the adoption of a recommendation encouraging parties which have not responded to the Secretariat's questionnaire to do so by an agreed deadline. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, India, and we take note of your additional points. I also note that there is a discussion around this issue during the Conference of the Parties, particularly with the renewal of the decisions. Right, and I take note that you agree to encourage parties to respond to the questionnaire. So I'll continue to take interventions from members of the Standing Committee as well as observer parties. I will also take very brief intervention from an observer, cognizant that I am running out of time. Nepal, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I support the suggestions made by the India, and at the same time, the government of Nepal also committed the tiger conservation in the wild, and recently the census data shows that our tiger number is increased almost by 3 times. And while talking this agenda, Nepal is concerned that there is no poaching, the poaching is increased, and the conflict also is increased in the ground. That's why I would like to consider supporting with India. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nepal. And again, I would invite you to take up some of these matters in the relevant agenda item under the Conference of the Parties. I have briefly consulted with the Secretariat, and we do not have significant time that we can spend beyond, and so I am going to have to push us along a little bit more quickly, so I apologize for that. So I suggest that we conclude this item. The Standing Committee does take note of the present document. We encourage those parties who have not responded to the request to complete the questionnaire, and the Secretariat noted Vietnam in particular. We take note as well. I would ask the Secretariat to take note of the comments regarding the terms of reference and the consultation of experts. And I'll look forward to continued discussion on this issue during the Conference of the Parties. But I think I will conclude our consideration of Doc 9 at this point and turn our attention then to document 10 on the revised guidelines. So Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Document SC75 Doc 10 proposes revisions to the definition of 4 trade term codes and the guidelines for the preparation and submission of annual reports, and the inclusion of 1 new trade term code for fins. These proposed changes were originally made by Peru at SC73 and by the Animals Committee at SC74, but the Standing Committee had not had time to consider them during those meetings. The Secretariat has included the changes proposed by Peru in relation to the definition of baleen, fiber, and hair. One thing the Secretariat has not included in this document is the proposal to include a new trade term code for handicraft product or handicraft. The Secretariat would not recommend the introduction of this new trade term code for handicraft, since it does not seem necessary to accurately capture trade in vicuña that is predominantly reported under cloth and garment. Further, the inclusion of a trade term for handicraft could lead to confusion for trade in other specimens, such as ivory and wood products. Finally, the new trade term code is coming out of the Animals Committee that proposes to separate reporting between wet fins and dried fins. The committee is invited to approve the amendments in paragraph 7 of the document and to note that the Secretariat will update the guidelines to the official name of Turkey, which is now known as Turkey. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So I will turn the attention of the committee to the recommendations in paragraph 7. These are following from previous discussions. There are edits proposed to the explanation for baleen, for fiber, for hair, as well as the proposal for a new code for separating out dried fin from wet fin in the trade reports. And of course, we note the updates, including the update to the official name of Turkey. So I will see if there are comments from members of the Standing Committee, and I will also, again in the interest of time, open the floor to observer parties. Peru, please, you have the floor.
Gracias.
Thank you, Madam, and thank you for giving us the floor once again. On this item, we would like to say that Argentina, Chile, Ecuador, and Peru, countries of the region, do consider the Secretariat relevations to be most pertinent with respect to the amendment of this code. With respect to HI, we think guanaco should be included. We would suggest that there be a code for thread, because the code for fiber is being used now, which is not a descriptor of the product. So we would suggest that it be included in the code with an appropriate definition at the next SC, and we will be working on that at the end of this COP. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Peru. I appreciate your commentary on your proposal for a new code for thread. As we did with the previous codes, I propose that you provide those to the Secretariat and they can be taken up at SC 77. SC 75 does not normally take up substantive matters. FC 76, sorry, the meeting right after the COP. So thank you, Peru. I will continue to take interventions on the information in paragraph 7. Members of the Standing Committee, and I'll also invite observer parties who wish to comment. I see Canada, please.
Thank you, Chair. We thank the Secretariat for gathering the recommended changes from SC 73 and AC 31 to the trade terms found in the guidelines for annual reports on trade and illegal trade. We appreciate the suggestions made to improve clarity and refine definitions for better usage and implementation. We agree that there is no compelling argument to justify the introduction of the handicraft or handicraft products trade term. And we understand the request to remove vicuña and guacano from the examples provided for the trade term hair. However, we find that leaving only 2 animal species in the list of examples a bit odd. Based on the use Canada has made of this trade term in past annual reports, we would suggest adding other species names or genus as examples, such as Canis, Ursus, or Panthera. As an alternative, we can also remove the examples entirely, since the definition seems clear enough on its own. Canada finds the explanation text for fiber a bit awkward with the changes proposed and have the following suggestion to improve clarity. And we have sent this text to the Secretariat to help them in following what we're proposing. So if we look at the natural fibers, so reading the text as it's been presented, natural fibers, colon, generic term for several types of material of natural, i.e. plant or animal origin. Animal fiber can usually be spun and woven and is usually very fine and has good flexibility. And at this point, we'd strike out what's there and replace it with dash example, fiber coming from the shearing of live vicuñas, period. It also includes fibers from animal intestines used to make strings for tennis rackets, period. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Canada. Regarding your advice on hair, I would recommend that the Secretariat take note and consider that advice and perhaps bring back any additional suggestions to SC 77. Regarding fibers, what I understand Canada is proposing is the final portion on the examples to provide some clarity by reorganizing it and talking about the fiber coming from the shearing of live vicuñas, and then more specifically the animal fibers that are used in the strings of tennis rackets. And I gather the plant fiber is already identified in the new definition where it says i.e. plant or animal. So it is not a substantive change, but a kind of an organizational change. So I'll see if there's reactions to that, and I'll continue to take reactions and comments on the recommendations in paragraph 7. I see a request for the floor from Mexico, please.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam. We would like to take the floor with respect to the new three-letter code for wet fins. We consider that continuing to use FIN, be it for dried or wet fins, could lead to some confusion because these letters do not actually identify the kind of fin involved. In this respect, we would suggest that we take up the spirit of the discussions that we had in the Animal Committee and the Standing Committee, as well as the amendments proposed in this document. And we would suggest FFN for wet fins and DFN for dried fin. And that we delete FIN. We feel that these amendments would make it easier for parties to implement these codes in a clear, transparent fashion and allow us to identify specimens in trade. We would therefore invite members of the Standing Committee to support us with respect to this and the preparation of both annual reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico. So Mexico's suggestion is to agree with the recommendations, but instead of using the code FIN for wet fins, replace it with FFN so that there is two distinct codes for dried and wet fins, and the rationale being to avoid any confusions. So I'll see if there's reactions to that. So I'm trying to break down the various pieces that we've heard. What I hear, and I think we might be able to react to, and if there's concerns, we will park it for the next meeting. But the reorganization of the fiber definition by Canada, the clarification of the latter half, the change in the codes proposed by Mexico, particularly changing FIN to FFN, the retention of guanaco as an example of hair as proposed by Peru. I think we can see if we can address those. The other proposals to have a new definition for thread and to also consider other examples in the hair definition, I think we will ask the Secretariat to take those into consideration and bring them back to SC 77. But I'm seeking any reactions, any concerns. So Oceania, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think Oceania could support Mexico's suggestion of using FFN for fresh fin or frozen fin and DFN as proposed in the document for dried fin, and get rid of the term FIN for fin to make things less confusing in the future. It's just so that you can have different conversion factors for those two shark fin products. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments on those three particular additions or amendments to the recommendations? Okay, I will take a last sweep of the room. I invite any additional remarks from members of the Standing Committee. I'm also inviting any comments from observer parties, and I will invite a very brief comment from observers. Okay, so seeing no additional comments, it is my understanding that the Standing Committee can agree with the proposed text found in paragraph 7 for Baleen. Standing Committee agrees with the amended definition of fiber with the tweaking provided by Canada to clarify the example part. The Standing Committee agrees with the creation of a new entry for dried fin with the code DFN. Standing Committee agrees with the amendments to the wet fin and additionally agrees with Mexico to change the FIN code to FFN. And Standing Committee agrees with the language for hair retaining guanaco as an example. The other points raised by Canada and Peru, we take note of those points, and the Secretariat is invited to consider those and bring them back for consideration at the 77th meeting of the Standing Committee. And we take note of the changes that will be published in the guidelines. So thank you, everyone. I think that concludes our consideration of Doc 10. So I will then move us to Doc 11, Review of Trade in Animal Specimens, and I will turn to the Secretariat, please, to introduce this document.
Yes, thank you, Chair. In relation to Agenda Item 11, at SC 74, the Standing Committee requested the Secretariat to report back to this meeting on 2 cases currently in the review under Resolution Conf 17.7 on review of trade in animal specimens reported as produced in captivity. So we will report on all other ongoing cases at the 77th meeting of the Standing Committee. So the first case is Giacchilone elegans from Jordan. And at AC 74, the Standing Committee agreed that Jordan be retained in the review until it provided clarifications on the legal origin of the founder stock and on the identification of species held at the facility, at the breeding facility, as photographs previously submitted appeared to show the species Testudo greca rather than Giacchilone elegans. Jordan confirmed to the Secretariat that since Giacchilone elegans was transferred from CITES Appendix 2 to Appendix 1, that the Management Authority of CITES in Jordan has never issued a permit to export the species. And since document SC75, Doc 11, was written, Jordan has now confirmed that the facility no longer has any specimens of Giotulone elegans. In the second case, which is Testudo hermani from North Macedonia, the Secretariat and the Animals Committee had recommended that the species-country combination could be removed from the review process. However, at SC74, the Standing Committee agreed that North Macedonia be retained in the review until the Secretariat provides a legal perspective at this meeting about the NDF requirement when the founder stock of a captive breeding facility has been taken from the wild before the party joined the Convention. The Secretariat provides this legal perspective in paragraphs 19 and 20, and the Standing Committee may wish to consider how this issue might be addressed further in the next intersessional period. So in conclusion, the Secretariat recommends that Giotulone elegans from Jordan and Testudo hermani from North Macedonia can be removed from the review under Resolution Conf 17.7. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat, for your report on these two cases. And so, as we heard from the Secretariat, the recommendation of the Secretariat is to the Standing Committee is to remove Giotulone elegans from Jordan and Testudo hermani from North Macedonia from the review of captive species process. So I will seek first views from the Standing Committee. Of course, I will take silence to be agreement with the recommendations as presented by the Secretariat. So I see Israel, please.
Thank you, Chair. As we have indicated in the past, we have a great deal of concern with this case from Jordan, as the species Testudo graecii is common in Israel, and there is possibility of smuggling of specimens out of Israel that we're concerned about. We don't see that the facility has provided all the answers to the questions that were raised. And as we mentioned in the morning, when we were discussing Article 13, we have some comments on this issue. Paragraph 14 says that the Secretariat will continue to consult with Jordan on this matter and will update the Standing Committee orally should it receive any further response. We consider this a rather weak response by the Standing Committee, and we would recommend at this time that we would like to see the Secretary follow up to receive answers to all the issues that were raised in paragraphs 10, 11, 12, and 13, especially concerning Testudo graecii, and especially also in paragraph 9, the 1,000 specimens that supposedly were being held and now all of a sudden seem to have disappeared. So we would recommend then that the Standing Committee directs to the Secretariat to continue to maintain close communication with Jordan to gain clarification on the issues raised in paragraphs 9 through 13 of document SC75, Doc 11, and it should present these findings to the 77th meeting of the Standing Committee. And further, we recommend, the Standing Committee recommends that Jordan, immediately and until the Standing Committee recommends otherwise, establish a zero export quota for Testudo graecii from all sources, as this is entirely unclear what's going on in this facility. So those were the three recommendations. One, maintain close communication to clarify the issues in paragraphs 9 through 13, present its findings at the 77th meeting, and recommend a zero export quota of Testudo graecii from all sources. While we have the floor, we also have a comment on the matter raised in the issue of Testudo hermani from North Macedonia. The Secretariat's interpretation, legal interpretation in paragraphs 19 and 20 seem to us very problematic. We are concerned that the issue of non-retroactivity of the treaty here would set a dangerous precedent. The issue here is not about how the party acted before it joined the treaty, but rather the issue is the current status of the specimens. Are they legal or not? The need for evidence of legal acquisition of specimens always applies at the time the permit or certificate is issued, and it actually has nothing to do with when the party joins CITES. We feel it is critical that parties ensure the founder stock meets requirements of Resolution 10.16, regardless of when a country became a party. Doing otherwise is contrary to the Convention and risks undermining the effectiveness of the treaty. Therefore, we would propose that paragraph 19 be removed from this document, and we also propose some changes to paragraph 20. They're pretty simple changes. The first change to paragraph 20 is to remove the first word, however, and begin the paragraph with the word paragraph. And then to remove the last two sentences. That's the sentence that begins with "the resolution does not provide specific guidance," and just remove the last that until the end of the paragraph. So the paragraph would end with any specimens to be exported can be considered as bred in captivity and prior to issuing any CITES document, period. Those are our recommendations regarding document 11. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. For your recommendations for Jordan, stressing the need to follow up and providing a report at SC 77, we can discuss. I would note that this particular case is not about Testudo graca, so I don't think we have the appropriate sort of process right now to put any recommendations for zero quotas for that species. So I'm going to put that recommendation aside and put the other 2 points that you raised on Jordan for consideration by the members of the committee. For the document itself, it's not normally our practice to amend the documents themselves. So I think what we'll do is we'll make sure to take good note of your comments regarding the paragraph 19 and 20 and the understanding of non-retroactivity versus the application of the convention to trade that's currently occurring. I think in paragraph 19 and 20, the Secretariat is alluding to the need for a further discussion on these matters, and that is something that I think as parties we could consider our most appropriate way of having that discussion. And so that's sort of my quick reactions to your points. I will continue to take interventions then from members of the Standing Committee and from any observer parties. I see Belgium followed by the United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We feel that both country species combinations should be remained in the captive breeding review and not be closed. For Geochelone elegans from Jordan, we should not accept that the sudden disappearance of animals result in a country exiting this process. This should be investigated further. In addition to this, the number requested for the export, being 1,000 specimens, is very high and cannot be explained with the supposed breeding stock, which cannot be accepted. With regards to Testudo armani from North Macedonia, the question of this pre-accession founder stock rather than pre-convention founder stock is a general one and should be clearly answered. We feel that the comments given by the CITES Secretariat do not seem to be sufficient because they don't comment on Resolution Conf 13.6 on the definition of pre-convention. As in the past, this founder stock was declared as pre-convention, which is not the correct term to be used for this pre-accession founder stock. And we feel that the species country combination should not be left out of the review before this general question is solved. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. I will take now the intervention from the United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We note the Secretariat's report in this document. Additionally, we support the Secretariat continuing to consult with Jordan to determine the status of the breeding facility for Geochelone elegans, noting that following the transfer of the species to Appendix 1, this species country combination will no longer be considered under Resolution Conf 17.7. With regard to the country species combination of North Macedonia and Testudo armani, we believe that this species country combination should be retained in the review. We think that there is no clear concern around retroactive application of the law to acquisition of founder stock, since we are considering trade under CITES now, so long as it is determined that the acquisition was legal under domestic measures at the time of acquisition, and that the facilities have operated in compliance with CITES since North Macedonia's accession. Therefore, we continue to support the retention of North Macedonia in this process. To provide information on domestic measures in place at the time of acquisition of the founder stock, as well as domestic measures since North Macedonia's accession. We further support the Secretariat's recommendation to consider this issue in the ongoing discussions under COP 19, Agenda Item 53. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And sorry, I was just trying to get a few points of clarification from the Secretariat on Resolution 17.7, which shockingly I have not memorized, and understanding a little bit of what we might do next based on the interventions. So based on the interventions I've heard so far, and I will continue to take interventions, essentially what I'm hearing is the committee would prefer to retain both of these cases. In the first case for Jordan, the committee would prefer to retain Jordan in the process, and the recommendation specifically is that the Secretariat continues to follow up on the matter of the confusion, the matter that's in 14, and then report to SC 77, and so that we would retain Jordan for Geochelone elegans, and so that we can get some more clarity on this concern between the species in question and the work of that facility, and hear a report at SC 77. For North Macedonia, what I've heard is there's still some clarity that people are seeking around the application of how you deal with legality of founder stock. But what I'm hearing in particular is that there is a desire to retain the species country combination, in particular to seek more information from North Macedonia about how they determine the legality of the founder stock and the acquisition of that founder stock in line with the domestic laws at the time, so that they can make the legality findings presently when they allow for trade. So this is what I'm sensing from the members of the committee and the parties who have intervened. I'm seeing a nod in a corner, so that's always helpful. So I will continue to see if there are views, differing views in particular. I'll take silence to be agreement with the conclusion that I have just outlined based on our discussion so far. And so, yeah, the floor is open then to standing committee members and observer parties. I'll also take a brief intervention from observers. And thank you to the indulgence of the interpreters. Okay, so I am not seeing any requests from parties. I see requests, United Kingdom, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We can support your proposed way forward, and specifically on the case concerning North Macedonia, we're unsure of what's being said on retroactivity in document 11. Our view is that since seceding to the convention, the requirements of CITES do apply to North Macedonia, including the need for legal acquisition findings. We think this case cannot be concluded or final decisions made by the Standing Committee without further information from North Macedonia on how they intend to approach the assessments required to authorize any exports of captive-bred specimens of Testudo hermannii. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. And so that is in line with my general summary about retaining North Macedonia and seeking more information on, again, how the country is doing their assessments. And perhaps in doing so, the Standing Committee would also invite the Secretariat to provide a little bit more clarity based on some of the comments they've heard here regarding some of that, the legal application of retroactivity piece. So I did have observers requesting the floor. I'm only going to take one very brief intervention, so I will take, I think it's Lewis and Clark. So Lewis and Clark, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding the issue of non-retroactivity of the treaty, we agree with those who've expressed concern about the assertion of this principle. I apologize, I started in the middle to keep this short, but this intervention is made on behalf of Animal Welfare Institute, Born Free, Eurogroup for Animals, Lewis and Clark, Pro Wildlife, Robin Dubois, and Species Survival Network. The principle of non-retroactivity is a very narrow legal concept that's been misapplied now in a few CITES contexts. It establishes that in the absence of clear evidence, the treaty is meant to apply to a past act. It applies exclusively to conduct occurring after entry into force. In this case, the requirement to demonstrate legal acquisition and non-detriment with respect to the founder stock requires looking back to past activities as part of an assessment, but it's a contemporary application of the treaty because meeting the founder stock requirements ensures that trade is undertaken while a party to the treaty meets CITES criteria. We're concerned about the potential opportunity for laundering wild-caught specimens as captive bred and of ensuring that the captive breeding exceptions are stringently and carefully applied. While CITES documentation may not have been required or issued prior to becoming a party, nonetheless, as others have said, comparable assessments and an analysis of domestic litigation can be made, or domestic legislation can be made to ensure that the founder stock meets the requirements of Resolution Conf 1016. More broadly, regularly misapplying the concept of non-retroactivity to CITES issues risks undermining robust implementation of the treaty. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Lewis and Clark. So based on the interventions I've heard, and as I had previously indicated my likely path, I am going to conclude, based on our conversation, that the Standing Committee, first of all, does not agree with the recommendations of the Secretariat. Rather, the Standing Committee agrees to retain Jordan in this process for Geochelone elegans. And specifically, we ask that the Secretariat continue to consult with Jordan on the question of the stock within its facility and the confusion between the two species, and to provide a more comprehensive report to the 77th meeting of the Standing Committee on that matter. The Standing Committee also agrees to retain Testudo Hermani for North Macedonia in this process, and in particular, we seek more information from North Macedonia on how it is assuring it can meet its requirements for a legal acquisition assessment on current trade, and by the measures it's used to ensure the legality of the acquisition of the founder stock. Hopefully that was relatively clear. And finally, we're also taking note of the comments from the various interveners regarding the legal opinion, the legal evaluation of the trade, of the use of the founder stock, of non-retroactivity, and some of the comments that were raised by the Standing Committee members, observer parties, and observers here, and asking the Secretariat if they could provide any updated views to the 77th meeting of the Standing Committee. So thank you. I hope the Secretariat has captured that as we veered a new path. Excellent. So I will then quickly turn us to the next document, document 12 on eels, and I will ask the Secretariat to present, please.
Thank you, Chair. I will keep this introduction very, very short. Just to explain that at SC 74, following the discussion on eels, the Standing Committee invited the Secretariat to review the responses to the notification to the parties number 2021/018, found in Annex 2 of document SC 74, Doc 64.1. In addition, to review the case study on glass eels in the Second World Wildlife Crime Report, the analysis of the data compiled from annual illegal trade reports submitted by parties in Annex 3 of document SC 74, Doc 64.1, and the findings of the study that was presented in Annex 4 of the same document. And to prepare a consolidated set of draft recommendations based on all this information for consideration by the Standing Committee at this meeting. So the Standing Committee will find a consolidated set of draft recommendations that focus solely on issues concerning illegal trade in European eel. This is in paragraph 16 of this document. And just to note that at the Conference of the Parties, we'll consider document 61, which proposes draft decisions that will instruct the Secretariat to seek updates on the information and the notification, submit this report to the Animals Committee, who will review all of this information that the Standing Committee is looking at now, can make its own recommendations, and can also refer anything back to the Standing Committee or the Conference of the Parties. So with that said, the Standing Committee is invited to consider the recommendations in paragraph 16. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. And so the Standing Committee is invited to consider and agree the recommendations in paragraph 16, which are a series of encouragements to parties regarding illegal trade. And the Secretariat also draws our attention to the fact that there is also continued activity anticipated with the decisions that are before the Conference of the Parties. So I will turn then firstly to reactions from members of the Standing Committee, and again, silence will mean agreement. Ireland, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Ireland, on behalf of the EU and its member states, actively support all 11 recommendations proposed by the Secretariat as being important steps in the fight against illegal trade in European eels. Thank you.
Thank you, Ireland. I'll see if there's any other interventions from members of the Standing Committee, and I will also invite any observer parties who wish to react. United Kingdom, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Similarly, we agree with all the recommendations in the document, and in particular would encourage all parties involved in harvest, trade and agriculture of anguillid eels to respond to the notification proposed in the draft decision to the Secretariat set out in COP19 Doc 61, so that a complete picture can be formed. Without this information, we simply cannot ensure that decisions and policies are designed effectively. Implementing these recommendations will also require updating the draft decisions proposed in COP19 Doc 61 on anguillid species. We have prepared some text amendments to do so, and we'd be happy to share these with other interested parties in the lead up to this item being discussed in Committee 1, currently scheduled for the afternoon of Tuesday 15th. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom, and we note your anticipatory comment on the COP discussion of eels, and so the United Kingdom will be proposing amendments, and parties are invited to request those if you want to prepare for that discussion. So again, I will open the floor for comments from the parties present. The members of the Standing Committee, I might allow for 1 2-minute intervention from an observer. Not 2 minutes. IUCN, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll hopefully beat 2 minutes. This intervention is given on behalf of IUCN and ZSL. Due to the complex global eel trade patterns, we believe that further efforts are required to address the challenges summarised within the document for all anguillid species in international trade. We therefore support the recommendation for key export, import and re-export countries who did not respond to notification 2020/18 to do so. More broadly, we would encourage parties to consider the recommendations within the present document, as well as the ICES advice for zero catch of the European eel, when discussing the decisions relating to anguillid eels proposed to COP in COP19 Doc 61. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, IUCN. And so I am taking one last sweep. Seeing no further requests for the floor, I conclude that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations found in paragraph 16. So with that, I will turn our attention now to SC 75 Doc 13, Rev 1. Secretariat, please, if you could introduce this item.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think I can be brief with this document. Decision 18.246 calls on the Secretariat to arrange some research and analysis on the legal and illegal trade in lions and other big cats, and thanks to the Netherlands and the United Kingdom, funds were available to commission this research. You can find the resulting report in Annex 2 of this document in full, and an executive summary in Annex 1 translated into English, French and Spanish. I won't go into the detail here, just to say that the report wasn't available in time for consideration at SE 74, but it will now be addressed because the Standing Committee is recommending to the Conference of the Parties in document 67 that it's referred to the Big Cat Task Force for its consideration. So the report will be examined in detail there. Chair, we just asked the Standing Committee to note the report, this document, and the report and its annexes. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. So the Standing Committee has been invited to note the document. So I'll see if there's any burning comments from members of the Standing Committee. I'll also open the floor to observer parties. Ireland, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Ireland, on behalf of the EU and its member states, would like to thank the Secretariat and Traffic for this report. We support an extension or update of Decision 18.248 for consideration by the CITES Big Cats Task Force to address illegal trade in lions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ireland, and thank you for giving us that insight into the future decisions. Very helpful. I'll see if there's any other comments from members of the Standing Committee and parties present. And that Tanzania, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since Tanzania is taking the floor at the first time, Tanzania aligns itself with previous speaker in commending efforts by the Panama in organizing the 75th meeting of the Standing Committee and the preparation of the COP, which will start tomorrow. Tanzania further commends effort by the Secretariat in preparation of this document through traffic. Tanzania has noted some anomalies in the report presented in the SEC 75 Doc 13 Rev 1 at Annex 2. Some of the information presented are contrary to the reality on the ground. For example, if you look at the page 55 at the area of trophy hunting across Africa, the report indicates that Tanzania trophy hunting quota was reduced from 165 individuals set in 2008 to 39 individuals in 2015, and also decrease in number of lion hunted in Tanzania has declined from 52 in 2012 to 27 individuals in 2017. So as you can check from the CITES website, the quota for Tanzania lion currently is 200 individuals. The quota was reviewed in 2011, where we reduced our quota from 315 to 200 individuals. And also the decline in the lion trophies exported from Tanzania from 2016, it was due to the review that was made by US through the Endangered Species Act, which increased the stricter domestic measures in the United States, which is the prime market for trophy hunting in Tanzania. But the report does not indicate whether that also has attributed to the illegal trade in lion parts and derivatives. But also, if you look at the report, it indicates that 368 seizures were not always recorded from 2010 to 2011, which is about 11 years. But when you calculate, it is around 35 cases recorded in 180 countries, which does not really indicate whether that trade was significant or not. And also when you look at the report, it indicates that this report was supposed to be submitted to the Animal Committee in order for the Animal Committee to review and provide comments as appropriate. So Tanzania is the opinion that based on the anomalies that has been noted in this report, the report being submitted to the Animal Committee, so that the Animal Committee should have time to review the report and make recommendation to the 73rd meeting of the Standing Committee. Chair, I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanzania. And we note your comment to have, first of all, we take note of the anomalies that you've raised in Annex 2, and take note of your comment to ensure that the Animals Committee has a chance to review the report prior to its returning to the Standing Committee. And again, I believe there's a suite of decisions before the Conference of the Parties that will provide the guidance of the Conference of the Parties for the continued consideration of this, and so I'm checking, but I think that might be the place where we can make sure that your point is taken on board, or the parties can ensure that your point is taken on board. Again, I'll see if there's any final comments before we conclude this item from members of the committee, from observer parties. I'll allow for a 30-second intervention from one observer. I see Zimbabwe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Firstly, as Zimbabwe is taking the floor for the first time, we want to thank the warm welcome from Panama, and also appreciate the work that has been done by the CITES Secretariat in organizing this meeting. I just wanted to highlight some points from the report that has been presented by the CITES Secretariat. I'm sure well effort has been made to make sure that the information presented is as factual as possible. As Zimbabwe, we've observed that in looking at the figures that have been presented from page 55 to table 8, that shows the total direct trade of lion trophies from world sources. We realize that if you look at the reports by the importer-exporter, there's a variance. And we can clarify, I think there is need for us to clarify these figures because from our records, it shows that this could not be very correct. If you also look at Table 9 on total direct trade of lion trophies from captive sources, if you look at the report reported by importer, Zimbabwe has two. As a country, we do not export trophies from captive sources. We only export trophies from the world. And I think there could be need to clarify this figure again. And I'm sure as there is also provision to discuss this document further, I think as a party we could provide some of the facts and figures when it comes to lions in Zimbabwe. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. And now that I look at the time, I think I'm going to conclude our consideration of this report. So thank you, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, and for the comments you made. And as you noted, there is further consideration of this report. So at this time, the Standing Committee takes note of the report. Regarding the comments, in particular from Tanzania, there is a series of decisions before the Conference of the Parties, and the parties are invited to take a look at that series of decisions and identify if they want to make some amendments to those decisions based on what they've heard here, particularly regarding the role of the Animals Committee. But for the committee takes note of the report in SC 75 Doc 13. And I'm going to conclude that because I am really out of time. So we will now hopefully not have any other business. So we are now on item 14, any other business. Okay, so seeing no requests for the floor, that concludes agenda item 14 on any other business. Agenda item 15, determination of time and venue of the 76th meeting. So the 76th meeting of the Standing Committee will meet after the conclusion of the Conference of the Parties. So I understand that to be the 25th of this month, which is November, at 5 p.m. So that is the information on agenda item 15. So now we can turn to agenda item 16, closing remarks. So the first item is closing remarks from observers. So I will invite any observers who wish to make some closing remarks to please identify themselves, starting with organizations. Over here, please take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm making this intervention on behalf of the Association of Zoos and Aquariums, the European Association of Zoos and Aquariums, Zoo and Aquarium Association Australasia, the Alliance of Marine Mammal Parks and Aquariums, San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance, and several other zoo and aquarium associations and organizations here in recognition of your 2 terms of extraordinary service as chair of the Standing Committee. Though I have not consulted the rest of the room, I am confident that I speak for many others as well when I simply say this: you are the best. And CITES is better because of you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you for those very kind words. I will continue to take remarks from the observers, and I'll work through the remarks. I do recognize, however, that I have run out of time with the interpreters, and so I suspect that from here on we will be hearing remarks only in English or Spanish or French as the language of the speaker. So I thank the interpreters for their indulgence in sticking with us past the deadline. I'm not quite sure I'm the best since I did not hit our time, but I would like to continue to invite observers to make any closing remarks. We're starting with organizations and then we will move to states and through the committee. So I see some vigorous waving on the corner, so I will take the request from WCS, thank you, and followed by the observer here in the middle. So WCS, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I do apologize, this is only in English. We didn't have time to translate. I'm speaking on behalf of WCS and 22 other observer organizations. I will read it quickly, but I respect all of them and read their names. AWI, Born Free, Cheetah Conservation, Center for Biological Diversity, David Shepherd Wildlife, Defenders of Wildlife, EIA, Eurogroup for Animals, HSI, IFA, IUCN, Panthera, PASA, Pro-Wildlife, Law of the Wild, Lewis and Clark Global Law Alliance, Sea Shepherd Legal, SSN, Traffic, WRI, WWF, and ZSL. We all take this opportunity to thank you, Carolina, for your excellent 2 terms as chair of the Standing Committee. We think we should also thank the Government of Canada, and even more so your family, for all of the time you have spent on CITES issues as chair. Thank you as well for your commitment to CITES and the effective and efficient implementation of issues before the Standing Committee, as well as how well you have coped and led with calm in the midst of extraordinary circumstances, including the COVID pandemic, postponement and relocation of the COP, and the virtual and in-person meetings of the Standing Committee. We deeply appreciate as well that you are the first woman to chair the Standing Committee, but hopefully not the last. Your successor has a hard act to follow. Thank you, muchas gracias, merci beaucoup.
Thank you, WCS, for those kind words. I see colleague, I think that's IWMC. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, one comment and one recommendation. The comment is, of course, I fully endorse the comments made by the 2 previous speakers respecting your chairmanship of the Standing Committee. It's not only because I'm a Canadian myself, but I'm certainly proud of my country when I realize that there are some high-level officials performing as well as you did. My recommendation is that I believe that the Standing Committee should remove from its vocabulary the word however. I don't know how many times we've heard that word today, maybe in connection maybe with the sanction established against certain countries. The sentence is always the same. We appreciate what you've done. We appreciate the comments that the progress that you've made. We recognize the difficulties in which you operate, however. And then, of course, goes with the sanctions. We have to maintain the punishment of countries who have no possibilities, either from financial or human resources, to achieve their obligation under CITES. If you look at the countries that were targeted this morning by the sanction, they're all part of the 20 poorest country in the world. And I don't think we can achieve anything for conservation of wild species by hurting people and punishing their country for the simple reason that they are poor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, IWMC. I will see if there are any other observer organizations who wish to make interventions, and I will then turn for closing remarks from non-party states. I will then turn for any closing remarks from parties. I see the United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would just like to echo the sentiment of the other speakers and thank you for your excellent chairmanship of the Standing Committee through the unprecedented times, the first online meeting, the meeting in Lyon, France, where we're all wearing masks. It's been quite an eventful few years, and we just want to thank you for your leadership through these difficult times and keeping us on schedule and making sure that we're completing the agenda. Again, thank you.
Thank you, United States. I see Mexico, followed by the European Union. Mexico, please.
Muchas gracias. Para formular la inconformidad de México con la decisión adoptada en cuanto a las recomendaciones de la Secretaría para formular el plan de acción en materia de la propia Totoaba.
In terms of the work of the Totoaba, if this were not to be approved, this could lead to sanctioning by the Secretariat with the decisions of the committee. We request that this matter be covered at the Conference of the Parties, and that on the other hand, we look at and that we note in the minutes the comments made. Thank you.
So, thank you, Mexico. So thank you for your comments regarding the further discussions at the Conference of the Parties, and we take note, and Ellen takes note of your desire to have your intervention formally included in the record of this meeting. Thank you, Mexico. The next speaker I had was the European Union, followed by Sierra Leone, please. The European Union.
Thank you, Chair. And just to express our appreciation and join the United States and other previous speakers in thanking you for your leadership and outstanding way of conducting the meetings of the Standing Committee in the past years. It has been really a very good work that has bring us together and bring us forward through very difficult times. So we really appreciate your work and would like to express it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, European Union. The next speaker I had was Sierra Leone. So Sierra Leone, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This is my first COP meeting as far as this subject is concerned. And as I was saying, I'm the first Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. I was just in Egypt a few days ago, came here last night, and what I've seen, your leadership, your knowledge, your experience have blown me away. Thank you very much. Thank you, and I hope the next chairman definitely has a big shoe to wear. I hope that chairman will measure up. And on behalf of my country, my team, we continue to engage and we continue to be present in all future COP meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sierra Leone, and I do congratulate you for your important portfolio, Minister. The next speaker is Canada. Canada, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Canada and your colleagues are very proud of the job you've done in the time you've been the chair of the Standing Committee. We've watched from the varying places and rows within the Assembly and have always felt that your calm guidance and your deep understanding of the Convention has benefited all of the parties present and all of the observers present, and we have benefited by the guidance and the example you've set for us. So thank you very much, Carolina. The very best. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll continue to take closing remarks from parties, and I'll also see now we will move to closing remarks from members of the Standing Committee. So thank you, Canada, and I see Kuwait, please. Kuwait, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to join everyone who speak up regarding your leadership to this committee. Personally, I'm glad to work with you and glad to have you this 6 years ago. And looking forward to continue working with you, and best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuwait. I see Peru.
Gracias, señora Presidente. Como país nos adherimos a las palabras de reconocimiento de los demás países hacia su excelente labor. En el Perú reconocemos su excelente disposición y compromiso para con la familia CITES. Bajo su dirección, las discusiones fluyeron hasta llegar a las decisiones que nos han permitido alcanzar muchos de los objetivos trazados. Por ello le decimos muchas gracias por ser una líder excepcional y esperamos seguir manteniéndonos en contacto. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Peru. I saw Belgium, Oceania, China. So Belgium, please.
Thank you. I think we all agree here with overwhelming consensus that your chairmanship was no less than excellent. I think you brought us together in several difficult meetings with a spirit of compromise and respect for one another. So I can only end by saying a very warm and big thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next was Oceania, please. Oceania.
Thank you. On behalf of Aotearoa, New Zealand and the Oceania region, I also echo the other speakers, and I'm going to use the word excellent again. We want to thank you for your excellent chairing of the Standing Committee over the last 6 years. Your dedication, your extensive knowledge of the Convention and carefully considered guidance have enabled us to continue to deliver an ever-growing work programme. Your enthusiasm encouraged us to keep going during the uncertainty that the COVID pandemic threw at us, and it's been a total pleasure to be a member of the Standing Committee under your stewardship. Thank you.
Thank you, Oceania. I see China and then the depository government. China, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's really a pleasure for China to be Vice Chair of the Standing Committee under your chairmanship. And we are always preparing ourselves just in case we need to step up. However, due to your excellent and diligent work, during the last 6 years, we have never got such a chance, which is actually very good. Your insights and wisdom are our treasure. Thank you very much, Carolina. You are the best.
Thank you, China. And it was the chair of the Animals Committee who I believe had closing remarks. So please, over to you.
Thank you, Carolina. On behalf of Switzerland, the depository government, but also on behalf of myself as chair of the Animals Committee, it has been 6 years of great collaboration. We have had many exchanges, we have had friendship, so thank you very much for your work. Thank you.
All right, I see Congo and then Israel. So Congo, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Carolina. On behalf of my country, Republic of Congo, I recognize your leadership, your knowledges, your experiences, and thank you very much for that you did for Secretariat, for CITES. God bless you. God bless CITES. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Congo. Israel, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Israel here representing the European region countries that are not members of the EU. And we would like to all thank you very much for your leadership in the Standing Committee and for your calmness even when you've been challenged and brought to votes by certain representatives. And we hope that you'll continue always to be involved in the CITES, even if you're not sitting in the front desk. We appreciate your knowledge and your experience and wish you lots of luck in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Israel. So seeing no further requests for the floor from members of the Standing Committee, I will turn to the next item on the agenda. Closing remarks from the Secretary General, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and it's with great sadness that I say that for the last time. Well, who knows, maybe not for the last time, because you're very popular chairing working groups, so I don't think this is the last we'll see of you. Of course, thanks to all of you for being here and going very quickly through this difficult agenda today, but there's a piece of business that we can't let go, and it's about your time with us, Carolina, as chair, and I think that we're going to have a little celebration on the screen behind me, and a little bit of history about Carolina. She was elected chair of the Standing Committee in Johannesburg at COP17, but before that, as you know, she had been chair of the Animals Committee, and even before that, chair of Committee 1. I think that was in Bangkok, and there might be some pictures about that up there too. And there have been intercessional committee working groups that she has been dealing with, very tough ones, but you still manage to always get results. As Standing Committee Chair, she has earned the respect of all the parties for how hard she has worked and for the way she has handled the workload. As CITES is science-based, we thought you might like to have some statistics on how around Carolina's time as chair. She has served 6 years and overseen 251 decisions. If you were to spread that out, it would equate to nearly 1 a week. It has been 7 standing committee meetings with around 400 working documents. And when we say 400 working documents, you know that Carolina has read each and every word on every page. There has been many a meeting where we weren't truly sure whether we would get through the agenda, as today. That seems to be happening more and more these days, but somehow Carolina has managed some Harry Potter style of magic, I think, and got through everything. But we do know that it's not magic. It had nothing to do with it. It was hard work and dedication, and above all, skill. In fact, Carolina also made CITES history. She chaired the first ever online meeting of a CITES committee in 2021 and did it successfully and with style. Of course, this is not the end. When you have Carolina's talents, you are never left alone for long. People who get results are always in demand. And I'm sure there are many future meetings and working groups that will have your steady hand over them. Carolina, we thank you for your dedication. We are grateful for your ability, and all of CITES has benefited from the way you have steered the Standing Committee through very difficult times. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you will join me in expressing your appreciation for a great colleague and a job well done.
The most problematic.
So that concludes agenda item 16.3. So thank you. So closing remarks from me. Unfortunately, I've cut my hour down because I did not successfully achieve the time frame for this meeting. However, I am very, very happy to have received this beautiful pin and this wonderful statue. I have looked forward to having this pin for 9 years through various meetings, so I am incredibly proud of it, and it will be very close to my heart. So thank you, everyone. So first of all, as usual, I do want to give my thanks to everyone who made this meeting and all the previous meetings a success. Thank the interpreters. I know you are now off, but you really do help us understand each other, which is an absolutely critical role. So thank you so much for your indulgence in going overtime in particular. My thanks always to the Secretariat for all the support you provide. Thank you for standing by me and providing me with advice and engaging in debate with me when I perhaps challenge a few things now and again. Thank you in particular to Tia and David, who have sat with me through various meetings since I've begun this journey. I want to thank Panama. This space is beautiful. It has been a wonderful, warm welcome, and I'm looking forward to the next few weeks as we continue to discuss and engage in these really important issues. I want to thank the observers who attend these meetings. You always remind us of our goals. I do want to give a particular shout out to my two Canadian constants, Eugene and Ron. You attend every Canadian consultation meeting. Your views are generally not aligned, but you always engage in lively, respectful debate, which I greatly appreciate. I would like to really thank the parties for putting your trust in me in these last 6 years, and it's been that long. What were you thinking? So thank you so much for helping me guide us through these challenging times. Your support has been very appreciated. I want to thank the members of the committee for your diligence, for always providing your thoughtful advice, for taking on working groups and helping move our rather enormous agenda. I do want to thank my colleagues and family from Canada. I want to thank my colleagues for taking on extra work. When I am here doing this position, they have to manage all the work of the Canadian delegation. I want to thank my ministry for allowing me the time to be able to undertake this role, which I have greatly enjoyed. I do want to thank my family, as mentioned by the delegate from WCS. They have supported my absences. I want to thank my husband for forcing my children to watch this on YouTube. Hi, kids. It has really been an eventful time during my tenure, and we've weathered quite a number of unexpected hiccups. Meetings moved, meetings canceled, pandemics. So I really hope I have helped guide us through these rather turbulent times in an honest and fair way. That was always my goal. And I must say, when I attended my first COP as Canada, it was the first Thailand COP, COP13, I never would have imagined being here all these many years later. I am incredibly proud to have served in a number of roles for CITES, and I am particularly proud and honored to have been the first woman to chair the Standing Committee. I hope that my daughter and my son take lessons from this. . and learn to fiercely follow their passions. And again, just briefly, my biggest thanks go to you, all of you in this room. Everyone here who is present, who is watching this on YouTube. Hi, Lorna. And all of my colleagues. There is an astounding number of you in this room and online, and you put your heart into this convention. I know you love this work as much as I do. And for those of you who are new, who this is your first meeting, you will learn to love this work as much as I do. I am proud to be counted among you, and so thank you very much. And I hope everyone has an excellent set of meetings. And I believe that with that, we can adjourn this session of the 75th meeting of the Conference of Parties. Standing committee. Well, you know, thank you.
Still a way to go to get